Playing all your go-to jams. Go-to jams. Breeze 93.9 FM.
Said you'll be on my mind for tonight. Said you'll be on my mind. What's your name? She said it was the same as before. My mistake. Did we meet a long time ago when she said no, no? We met 5 minutes ago, go. And she said you'll be on my mind for tonight. Said you'll be on my mind. Said you'll be on my mind for tonight. Said you'll be, yeah, on my mind. What's your name? She said it was the same as before. My mistake. Did we meet a long time ago when she said no, no? We met 5 minutes ago, go. And she said you'll be on my mind for tonight. Said you'll be on my mind. Said you'll be on my mind for tonight. Said you'll be, yeah, on my mind. Always on my mind. Said you're always on my mind. Always on my mind. Said you're always on my mind.
KUAM FM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Time to try and make me change my mind. I ain't even gonna lie. I'ma be a permanent resident to the day that I die. Cause Guam is the bomb, and I could make a long list off the top of my head with all the shit that I miss of the 6, 7, 1, 1. Hey,
671 is loaded with so much fun. And if I ever had to go away to another place, life would be so plain. I would hate each and every day, wishing I could just go back to the island that I grew up with. Can't help but reminisce on that ocean's mist with a little natural mystic mixed in. You gotta love
6, 7, 1. My one and only love. A price is rock in the rough, and I just can't get enough of it, cause it has so much to give. Like the sea with the breeze, and the greens help me free and put my mind at ease. I'm feeling so lucky. God chose me to be raised where the air is clean, there is peace, and the sun is always shining down to give my skin a little hint of brown. And I'm proud to say that this is my hometown. Central, north, south, doesn't matter where you're from. If you rock your moral blood, throw
671 is loaded with so much fun. And if I ever had to go away to another place, life would be so plain. I would hate each and every day, wishing I could just go back to the island that I grew up with. Can't help but reminisce on that ocean's mist with a little natural mystic mixed in. You gotta love
671 is where I'm coming from. And if you didn't hear me, then I'll spell it out for you. SIXSEVENONE. Even Bob Marley will agree. Life on Guam feels so heavenly while he's looking down at me, showing up an RIP. Rest in peace, skanking on my feet, jamming to his songs of freedom. Positively feeling the vibration. Got a lively up 671. Hey.
671 is loaded with so much fun. And if I ever had to go away to another place, life would be so plain. I would hate each and every day, wishing I could just go back to the island that I grew up with. Can't help but reminisce on that ocean's mist with a little natural mystic mixed in. You gotta love,
Kicking it beachside, watching high tide rise, feeling the sound of waves hitting reef. A natural, beautiful, sweet scenery, barbecuing, hanging loose and getting irate. Yeah, just know that there's no other place I'd rather call home. Original, born and raised, Guam grown. Can't help but say I'm more than once. Yeah, 671.
The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
All my ladies, you can have it all. I swear it ain't no thing. You can bring all of your girlfriends. Swear we can be friends. Tonight we'll do the same. Me, I tell you, times of an essence. There is no question who you are to me, girl. I get excited every time you come around. We can lay it on down. Tell me how you want it, I'ma give it to you raw. Skanking in them jeans, make a player wanna fall. Skanking all the way to my bed if you want. Let me know what's good and maybe we can get it on. Skanking in my bedroom, skanking in my bedroom, skanking in my bedroom. She call me Poppy when I cut her Ramanani hustler. Get it then I dust. Don't know with me, I'm no buster. Who's the one you call when you want beat all night? And you know me, I the best. Refer to me as Mr. Right. Let me take control and push your body overdrive. Sensual and sexual, the topic of tonight. Ooh, I know you miss this. Turn you to a gymnast. Physical fitness. Your camera is a witness. You can be my mistress. Better get my temptress. Call me when you want it and I'll be there in an instant. Tell me how you want it, I'ma give it to you raw. Skanking in them jeans, make a player wanna fall. Skanking all the way to my bed if you want. Let me know what's good and maybe we can get it on. I'm so curious and I wanna know what that body's hitting for. I can do some damage, I'm a savage with my totem pole. I'm about my money and about my paper. Hating on me's gonna make me greater. Walk on by, say hi to a hater. See ya later. Yeah, these hoes are jocking, but I'm clocking at the same time. We doing shows after shows, I'm on my same ride. Yeah, old girl's a sex fanatic. Give it up, she gotta have it. I stick and move, then I'm off for the night, but I ain't talking Gladys. Skanking in them jeans, make a player wanna fall. Skanking all the way to my bed if you want. Let me know what's good and maybe we can get it on. Put your hands in the sky if you feel like skanking tonight. Night. All my ladies in the place, let me see how you skank it tonight. Night. If there ain't no other beat like a reggae beat, let me see you skank a little bit closer to me now. Tell me how you
The Link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Some people live for the fortune. Some people live just for the fame. Some people live for the power, yeah. And some people live just to play the game. Some people think that the physical things define what's within. I've been there before, but that life's a boy so full of the superficial. And some people want it all, but I don't want nothing at all. If it ain't you, baby, if I ain't got you, baby. Some people want diamond rings, and some just want everything, but everything means nothing if I ain't got you, yeah. Some people search for a fountain. The promise is forever young. Some people need 3 dozen roses, and that's the only way to prove that you love them. Hand me the world on a silver platter. What good would it be with no one to share, with no one who truly cared for me? Some people want it all, but I don't want nothing at all. If it ain't you, baby, if I ain't got you, baby. Some people want diamond rings, and some just want everything, but everything means nothing if I ain't got you. Some people want it all, but I don't want nothing at all. If it ain't you, baby, if I ain't got you, baby. Some people want diamond rings, and some just want everything, but everything means nothing if I ain't got you. If I ain't got you with me, baby, see nothing in this whole world would mean a thing if I ain't got you with me, baby.
Rosinha uli die sombren zelten meg et zu te saluda antes Dio niga Radzaudzan malakes fredzas durante in todo in memu a no gi distancia como cupu gi palu Zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi preba tu
la noche Nai banderada caigui Pues atan Fanny bandera Kau esta pagua pumalapa Giluk tanu man libri Sentami ti man ko badi
Fanogi chamoru Puritanota Kantai matunonya Gitoru iluga Paraiona Parai gloria Abiba isla sen Paraiona, Parai gloria, Abiba isla sen
surfing up on the North Shore. No, it's you that I'm longing for. All I can do is think of you. It's you I adore. I need you more. My love, my love, my love. Why do you wanna go so far away? My heart won't let you go. Oh, no. My love, my love, my love. Why do you wanna go so far away? My heart won't let you go. Oh, no. In every season, you say there's a reason why you can't be by my side. But I don't understand just how you can stay away for so long from sweet Havaianas. My love, my love, my love. Why do you wanna go so far away? My heart won't let you go. Oh, no. My love, my love, my love. Why do you wanna go so far away? My heart won't let you go. See, it's time for a love takeover. Come and rub a dummy, rest your head on my shoulder. Me, I give you loving like you never knew. Me, I can show you what this real island girl wanna do. Listen, it's time for a love takeover. Come and rub a dummy, rest your head on my shoulder. Me, I give you loving like you never knew. Me, I can show you what this real island girl wanna do. Yeah, my love, my love, my love. Why do you wanna go so far away? My heart won't let you go. Oh, no. My love, my love, my love. Why do you wanna go so far away?
All right, let's go.
My heart won't let you go. Oh, no.
Good morning, Guam. Right on. Good morning. Good morning, Joe, sir. Good morning, Harmon. Beautiful Monday out here. There's a such thing as a beautiful Monday. This is it. It's 6:23. Morning, Jason.
Good morning.
Welcome to the Monday, May 3rd episode of The Link at 6:23. Good morning. Good morning, Facebook Live. Hey, remember, we're jumping on KUAM TV as I love the smell of eucalyptus in the morning.
Yes.
As Jason, I don't know when he started bringing in these eucalyptus wipes.
These are called Dr. Bright.
Yeah.
They're not sponsored. They're not sponsoring the
No,
show.
no,
They
no.
might
Yeah,
as well.
yeah.
I mean, the unofficial, official. But you can find these on Amazon. Really, really good. Eucalyptus and peppermint. Joe Sir puts these on his face mask. There you go. Wipes up, car score down. Man, we hope you guys had a good weekend, and we are going to tell you kind of the subtext of today is there is a lot of opportunity to get vaccinated this week.
Right. Because we already reached the path to half.
I know. We're not slowing down, apparently.
Oh, we're not. We're gunning it.
Yeah.
That's
now
right.
they turned down the NOS.
Right. What was it? Some of my friends were texting me. They need a slogan because there was path to half. And we were thinking maybe 80. What do you think?
Oh,
No?
something with 80.
What rhymes with 80? Maybe 80.
Maybe 80.
Gun it to 100. That was mine.
I like that.
What do you say? Because the path to half, apparently, with the positive cases that came out because of these 3 clusters, path to half reopening the island May 1st, that's out the window. Good job, guys. Way to spread the virus. Sorry. But good job, guys. Way to spread the virus.
I don't get nearly as many WhatsApp messages as you do, but I mean, I got people that I forgot had my
Good
number
job.
in WhatsApp.
Good job, guys.
Were reaching out to me like during Friday's press conference,
Yeah.
saying, "Oh man, does my restaurant have to close? Does my bar have to close? Does my bookstore now have to close?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. Does my strip club have to close?
Your strip club can remain open, Jay.
Yeah. No, it's people. Again, people I know were just saying, "Oh man, what does this mean?" And the governor was saying,
The whole thing, dude. I don't even
It
know
just sets back the reopening of tourism.
what does reopen the island even mean, guys? Somebody asked me that last week, and I was like, I don't even know what it means because we're open already. This is wide open
Well,
out
not
here.
the tourists.
Yeah, but I mean the tourists. I mean, if a tourist came today, would we turn them away? Hell no, we wouldn't. We'd be like, "Oh, come on in, yeah." So yeah, the delaying of the
You're going to see
reopening.
island hospitality like you've never seen before. Like
I
some
feel
tradition.
really good for that first tourist because
It's
they're
like,
gonna
wait,
get
you're excuse
red
me, sir,
carpet.
excuse me, sir. You're not from here, right?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Dude, Myla.
Myla Harlem, buddy.
Enjoy the
Myla
beach.
Harlem.
Let me go make you a plate.
That's right. We're like Mugondai, right? For
You want some commemorative keychains? A
Yeah.
T-shirt, perhaps?
Want to ride a caramel for free? Day. So yeah, that's what the deal was. Is they're going to reopen the island for tourism on May 1st, but that's out the window because of the surge. Well, not surge, the clusters. But let's just be honest. There have been some positives. We're not getting the zeros and the ones. There was 11. There was I think 16.
Yeah, we've hit double digits several times in the last.
I think last night
Week
what was
and
it?
a half.
Last night, Jay, was it 8 out of?
Yeah, last night was. Last night was.
Mhm.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Just I like to go on the KUAM Instagram because they have these graphics that they
No,
put up.
Well, five people are hospitalized.
Right. The hospitalizations jumped. It was 0 and then it went to 5.
Yeah.
Uh,
And they were emphasizing both Dr. Felix Cabrera and Governor Lulian Guerrero were saying that kind of the metric that they use is if
right.
the number of hospitalized people is below 10, then plans can commence and we can start strategizing for
Yeah.
normal.
Yeah. There was 11 positives yesterday, and 5 the day before.
And again, the thing you want to remember is how
8.
Yeah, these are when you factor
Then there
in
was
how
a
many
16,
positive tests,
yeah.
relative to the number of people that got
Yeah.
tested. Proportionally, it's higher than it's been in a while.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and so I guess with that in mind, the governor felt like she needed to do another 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Right. So the island is now going to reopen on May
14th,
2 weeks from.
thereabouts.
Yeah. So I don't know. How does that make you guys feel? I talked to some people. I know you did too, Jay, who feel that there's some positives. We got to settle down a little bit. But in the meantime, it looks like they are ramping up the vaccination effort.
Oh yeah.
Right, because we met the Pat the Half, and now we're going to gun it to 100. Jay,
You know what I think a really good localized
Huh.
the link tagline would be?
Yeah.
Johnson & Johnson vaccination one time.
one time, brother.
For anyone who used
time,
to do
one shot
Friday
hat.
night cruising, that'll completely resonate. Remember when
One time.
Remember when people used to do it? They just pull up in a really nice guy. It's like vroom vroom, dude. One time.
One time, yeah.
And it was you were being challenged, but you weren't being threatened or anything like
Yeah,
that. It's
yeah,
like,
yeah,
right?
yeah. Yep. That was back in the day, guys. That's how you get challenged to a drag race at a red light.
Yeah.
Nowadays, we don't do that anymore because people don't stop at the red light.
I saw that more often than not, around East Agana, where Auto City used to be. And
It's
all
on the
way-
straightaways.
Yeah.
Yeah. At 6:29, here's who's coming up on the show anyway, since they're reopening tourism is delayed.
Hey, wait a minute. What kind? Hang
Oh,
on
I
one
wanted to
sec.
show you guys these.
I've never seen those wipes. Speaking of eucalyptus,
Yeah.
let me zoom.
I don't know where I got these. I don't know. I can't remember.
Cala for men.
Yeah, it's for men.
Face and body wipes that are eucalyptus.
Yeah. Here, try it out. Open one up.
Calan.
Calan eucalyptus, oh boy. There you go. So it's a
Oh, and they're
eucalyptus
cooling.
theme. Yeah, they're cooling, bro. Well, the ones you always get are cooling too.
Yeah, they're cooling
Yeah.
because of the the alcohol concentration.
At 6:30, here's who's coming on the show, guys. Former Governor Carl Gutierrez, GVB president, the permitting czar. Poor guy keeps getting mullered for the opening of the island.
Yeah, I'm sure he's got a thing or two to say about the
Right? Because
tourism.
remember last year, do you guys remember when they were going to open the island in July of last year?
Yeah.
And that whole video, and they're like, hey, come to Guam. But they do have a video out. I saw it on Instagram. It was something with Josh DeKenko and a few other people who are going around, kind of just to plant that seed in your head.
Yeah, they're doing the GVBs. They're doing a vlog series now.
Yeah,
So now they
yeah.
do this, it's like a video journal of things that they're doing. But
Right.
well, I was thinking. Of
And then I
something-
also got an email from the Valley of the Laddie
Yeah.
that they are now part of the Guam Safe certification
Yeah.
group, which is a group of like tourist spots, businesses or whatever that go through these different COVID-19 safety measures. And
Our
they
buddy
sign
Dave
off.
Tydenko down there, you know, I mean, they said they got hit hard.
Yeah. So I mean, definitely they're moving forward to get ready for the reopening of tourism. But what does it mean? Another 2 weeks. We'll ask Uncle Carl. He's also the permitting czar. I don't know what's going on with the permitting. So we'll find out. BJ Cruz, public auditor, coming on. And then we're getting about like 30% of the Guam Bar Association, as these attorneys successfully have sued at one time or another the government of Guam and Department of Public Health and Social Services to get people out of quarantine. Attorneys Tom Fisher, Rachel Taimanya Azuzu, and Jackie Terlahi scheduled to come on around 8:45. We do our Mayor's Council update with Mayor Jesse Allig of PT.
Oh, good. He's feeling better, I hope.
Yeah, 7:30. And then Jay's got this great interview at 6:45. Did you see that? Yeah, it's a project management.
In action. Yeah, so if you've never taken a project management class, you've ever worked in project management, I remember when I took my first project management class at UOG, it just sounds like it's easy. It's like, okay, well, you know, you just make sure that things get done like on deadlines. Project management is a science unto itself. And if you think it's easy and it's a cakewalk, or, you know, you can just do this on the side, or, you know, like it's like a kickback job, try filling out a Gantt chart. And the people that we've got coming on today, Dan Camacho, probably my relative. My grandmother was a Camacho. He's going to talk about just what type of project management topics are going to be discussed. It's UOG students and other professionals, brought to you by the Association of Government Accountants.
Right on.
Yeah, project management is a big task. There's people that go to school for a very long time and get like certified just to do that. Making sure that stuff gets done on time and under budget.
Oh, okay.
And if you work on,
I was drawing a blank. I have no idea what project management is.
Yeah, if you work on like a really big project too, I mean, it can get like, that's a lot of moving parts.
All right, there you go. So that's what that's about, and that's why Jason's doing the interview. Hey, 6:33.
I got to put my business degree to use at some point. It's been 26
Also,
years.
guys, we're getting work week weather with Landon Eilert around 8:20 or so. Remember, we jump on KUAM TV at 8. We do a news update, and then we get the work week weather, which is brought to you by Docomo Pacific. And we'll also have our Chamorro news update, which is brought to you by our friends at First Hawaiian Bank.
Oh, yeah.
All of that is coming up right here on this Monday, May 3rd episode of The Link at 6:33. We did have a comment in here, missing Sabrina Salas Matanani.
So are we.
Yeah, so Bree went off island to take care of some family issues, but I believe she's coming back in the next couple days. But then I think she's going to be in quarantine, which to me, really, that's the crappiest part about this 2-week extension, is that there were people who were planning their whole return to the island based on what we were told, that when we reached the Pat the Half, they were going to do away with quarantine. And now that's not the case. And so we saw a lot of comments in our social media over the weekend from people who were saying, oh, great, well, I was supposed to come back the first week of May. I'm vaccinated, and now I'm going to have to go into the... You really, though, like, what is the holdup with this? It's ridiculous. I mean, the CDC has already issued the guidance that those who are fully vaccinated don't need to quarantine. And, I mean, I know it is what it is, and these recent positives have really put the brakes on our plans to reopen the island. But still, I feel for those people who did their part, who got vaccinated, who had to go off island for whatever reason, and are coming back and having to endure this quarantine. They have to endure this quarantine in a 5-star hotel with, you know, free meals. Tough life. I'm kidding. So we're going to get these lawyers in. I'm pretty sure they got a whole bunch of stuff to say about the quarantine. And but I mean, I get it too. It's complicated, I know. But if you're fully vaccinated and you're coming in with a negative test, but then again, like I said, it's also weird to talk about that because we just had 2 doctors who came in and were allegedly fully vaccinated and had a negative test and turned up positive for COVID. So
And then we did report on Friday that their samples were sent to the CDC to
Right.
determine if, in fact, that might be
the Indian variant. Right, yeah. Ooh, the Indian variant. Doesn't it just sound like worse than the Cali variant? Cali variant's like, bro, just hanging out here, bro.
Get some avocado toast.
Yeah. Yeah. Good one, Jay.
Have you ever had avocado toast?
Yeah, but anyway, so yeah, it's kind of weird to argue that, fully vaccinated people should not go to quarantine when we just had 2. But that's on you guys and your exemptions and your judgment, right? I'm not saying blanket like everybody is vaccinated. Set them free. But then use your reasoning, your judgment. If they're coming from India and it's a hot spot, then maybe no. Right? But if they're coming from wherever and they've got all the paperwork in order, within reason. But I just feel for those people who had made plans to come back based on what we were told. But it's not the first time.
Timing it specifically around the first
Right.
because they were like, okay, according to the plan, and they even said so on the press conference last week because Chima Mbakwan was there,
Yeah.
Dr. Felix Cabrera was there, like I said, Art San Augustine, the public health director, was there, and the governor. And they said, we had, what was it when when the basketball game that led to the karaoke bar cluster that led to the Subaki Tower
Well, the governor
cluster.
said all it took was one sick person
Yeah.
going around.
They
to
were like,
cause-
we were all ready to go, and
Yep.
then that
Who is
thing
that
happened.
person? I want to talk to that person from 12 feet away, right? Because you screwed it all up for everybody. And they have no problem blaming you for it.
Well, I'd like to believe that person, on
Who
other
is
people-
it? Guys, do you know who it is?
You're trying to out.
Yeah, we need to make them go around with a freaking big letter C on their chest. Like, do you remember the scarlet letter?
Perrin.
Yeah, that's what we need.
The scarlet letter, but
Hey, what are you doing? Asking for money at the intersection? No, I'm a dumbass who got sick and played basketball and delayed the whole opening of the island. Now all these people are still in quarantine because of my dumbass.
I'd like to believe that person or persons, did not have nefarious intent. They probably just had like a.
It's just
momentary-
stupid though,
a
because
lapse
it's
of
the
good
most.
judgment.
But it's the most basic thing. It's like right up there. Wash your hands. Stay home if you're sick, guys.
Oh.
And it's just annoying because now, because of something someone in the public did, all this is just another 2-week delay. But it goes to show, and you guys should know, experiencing this whole pandemic, you can't set deadlines with COVID. COVID is going to do what COVID is going to do. COVID is going to laugh at your deadlines. COVID is going to laugh at your finish lines. COVID is going to force you to keep moving the goalposts, which is kind of what happens. And this is where the fatigue starts to set in, right? Because you have a lot of people who are like, oh, yeah, we got 11 positives, whatever, there's a cluster, but we're still open, we're still doing everything. There isn't that sense of emergency, which, by the way, the emergency was extended, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just difficult to, I don't know. It's a weird, guys, what is it? It's unprecedented, and it is what it is. So if you feel strange about it, that's just what it is, guys. We're going to be talking about it all morning here. 6:38 again for Sabrina Salas Matanani, who is off island. Jason Salas. Good morning, Jay.
All right. Good morning, Guam, and good morning, Chris. Good morning, everybody. There is a stack of papers that I have here, relaying the various ways that you and the people that you care about can get vaccinated. So we'll get to that momentarily. But first, 5 positive cases of coronavirus are reported hospitalized. KOM's Isaiah Uggan reported that 2 of those people are at the Guam Memorial Hospital, 2 are at the Guam Regional Medical City facility up here in Dededo, and 1 is in Negania Heights at Naval Hospital. 6 new cases were reported positive last night out of 117 samples. Our island community is now 13 cases away from being a solid 8,000 in the last 14 months. There are 106 cases in active isolation, and for the 4th day in a row, last night's CAR score, the COVID area score, is 0.7. As of Saturday, though, on a positive note, more than 65,000 of your fellow islanders have been vaccinated against coronavirus. Now, just because we've achieved the path to health, the opportunities for you and your family to get your immunization shot continue. Village-based COVID-19 vaccination clinics take place today in Sinahanya, tomorrow at Mongmong Totomaiti, and Friday down at the Talafofo Gym, all from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. or while supplies of the vaccine last. Only dose 1 and 2 of the Pfizer vaccine will be available, and the clinic will be limited to 300 doses total. You can also register right now to get the vaccine at Mingilao at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse at their vaccination clinic Tuesday through Saturday Just check out tinyurl/VaxGuam. That's tinyurl.com/VAXGuam. And also today from 9 to 3 over at JFK High School in Upper Tumon, vaccination clinics for students 16 years or over, where the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine will be administered to eligible and interested participants. You can make sure to check out KUM.com/vaccination if you would like to register for that. Please do, and take care of our island community. Well, there are also food commodities distributions today up north in Jigo at that village's gymnasium via drive-through for village constituents only. So please, if you are from Jigo, make use of the food commodities site from 9 to 12 or while supplies last. In all, 1,000 bags of commodities will be available for Jigo residents on a first-come, first-served basis. A limit of 3 households per vehicle will be serviced at the distributions, and face masks must be worn. Please bring a photo ID. Well, another $3 million in stimulus funding were processed and sent out this week, so says Rev and Tax. Stimulus fund payments from April 10th through the 30th are in excess of $200 million, and those make up more than 76,000 payments. Well, there's a lot more going on the island today, so let's go back to the newsroom where our Tyler Matanani is standing by, and she has your Monday morning link update.
One and cent half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on The Link. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero has decided to push back the May 1st target date for lifting certain travel restrictions by 2 weeks. She says while Guam has achieved the path to half, with more than 50% of adults, or 64,000 vaccinated, a pair of recent clusters and an increase in infections is reason to pause.
This decision was based on science and medical advice, and we cannot rush our recovery only to undo all the progresses we have made. As we monitor the situation, our adjusted reopening plan is being vetted by the Department of Public Health and Social Services. We can announce that as part of our adjusted reopening plan, proof of vaccination will be a cornerstone of being able to avoid quarantine.
The governor says the new target date is May 15th, and she also remains confident of achieving herd immunity or 80% vaccination by July 21st. In the meantime, health officials will be working on new proposed travel protocols, which will include shortening quarantine times and a meaningful pathway to quarantine exemption for those who are fully vaccinated with FDA-approved vaccines. Public Health Medical Director Dr. Felix Cabrera.
Are very poor spreaders of COVID, even if they were to contract it, in the rare case that they were to contract it. And so that's one thing that's reassuring, and that we have that now. None of this process is 100% risk reduction, even the quarantine facility as it is. And as we test people and test them out, that process is not 100%, and neither is symptom monitoring. But the risk reduction is tremendous, and it's greater than 90%. And so there is going to be a little bit of risk there, and we exchange that for the liberties that come with it.
The governor will also be extending the public health emergency declaration till May 31st. A COVID-19 positive specimen has been sent off to the CDC to determine whether or not the India variant has arrived on Guam, along with medical professionals. KUAM's Adriana Cotero has the latest update on the case involving 2 fully vaccinated Guam Memorial Hospital doctors.
In collaboration with GMHA, we've identified 46 suspected contacts that have been screened. 7 were identified as having prolonged contact with the physicians. Out of this, 4 have already been tested and are negative. 11 staff members were also identified as contacts but are deemed as low risk.
Acting Chief Public Health Officer Chima Mbakwen broke down these numbers this afternoon during the governor's press conference. As on April 17th, 2 fully vaccinated doctors arrived back on island after traveling to India, a COVID hotspot. Upon arrival, the essential workers had negative PCR tests and were cleared from quarantine. GMH administration confirmed both doctors returned to work helping patients, and that it wasn't until days later that they started experiencing symptoms. Over the weekend, the doctors were placed in isolation and retested, and just yesterday, the second PCR test returned positive. However, Mbakwen says the doctor's case is under control and contact tracing efforts are underway.
It's all in control. It's not so much to be worried about now until we get more information. The interesting thing about these exposures is looking at the time of testing and the period of infectivity, you try to balance it. So even if you identify those individuals and quarantine them, you're not going to test them right away in some situations, So you have to wait for a certain period.
Although one thing public health is working for further testing right away is a specimen. As according to Dr. Hoa Nguyen with the Governor's Physicians Advisory Group, a sample has been sent to the CDC.
Sure that it's not any type of variant, but again, they both fully recover and none of them need to be in the hospital or anything like that. It's a very mild symptom.
There have been no positive cases reported that trace back to the physicians, and Dr. Nguyen wants to remind the community the importance of following the 3 W's, whether vaccinated or not.
There's 0 case come out of this incident that anyone turned positive except the 2 physicians. So that should prove to you that if you, do your 3W, even if you have the virus, you really minimize the risk of passing on to anyone.
Case investigations are ongoing. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
COVID-19 induced shortfalls and the judiciary adapting to the circumstances. Framed Chief Justice Philip Carbolito's State of the Judiciary address. Friday morning, all branches of government entered the Guam legislature to hear how the judiciary plans to progress this year throughout the ongoing pandemic. KUAM's Adriana Cotero reports.
Close for business. Come back after COVID was never an option for us.
Chief Justice Philip Carbolito says this past year the judiciary of Guam did the best they could under the inevitable COVID-19 restrictions and limited resources.
We understand that the justice system does not operate in a vacuum. I felt the frustrations of patrons, litigants, and lawyers whose cases were not addressed because they did not fall into one of the categories of matters deemed essential or critical. I'm sure that the pretrial defendants who sat in jail because jury trials were suspended, or for the families who could not settle their estates because probate cases hung in limbo for months, hearing us say we are doing all we can did little to lessen their frustrations.
In his State of the Judiciary address, Carbolito detailed how over the span of 411 days, our third branch of government made quick adjustments to ensure justice was preserved. Subsequently, the transition into a virtual world has created more accessibility. As Carbolito provided examples of how they have ushered a whole new era of court access that he says will remain long after the pandemic.
Importantly, clients can comply with court conditions and in some cases maintain their employment while still receiving the treatment necessary for their recovery or rehabilitation.
Carbolito presented hard data that was provided in the 2020 annual report in which case filings revealed family violence was the top charged criminal offense, and possession of a Schedule II controlled substance moved up significantly on the list of top offenses, with filings increasing by 50%. And he adds the court's future will only progress with more transparency and accessibility. But the reality is that some critical court functions cannot be done remotely, such as jury selection.
With the limitations of our courthouse to hold multiple jury trials under pandemic protocols, coupled with the staggering backlog of cases resulting from the temporary suspension of jury activity and the speedy trial time periods, we offered 4 proposed amendments to Guam law aimed at striking a balance between the rights of criminal defendants to a speedy and public trial and the capabilities of our justice system to carry out our mandates in a post-pandemic activity.
The proposals include permanently increasing the speedy trial time limits in criminal cases. Carbolito publicly pleading for the legislature and governor to support these proposals and providing more financial support.
What would your community look like if courts did not exist? Governor, senators, please remember this question when it is time for you to decide what you think the judiciary deserves in terms of funding.
The Chief Justice also announced the creation of an ethics academy for court employees. You can read Chief Justice's State of the Judiciary address in its entirety on KUAM.com. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
That's the news for now. We'll see y'all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
And of course, everybody, we want to remind you, make sure to go to KUAM.com 24/7, where we put the very latest Guam news headlines online. Join the conversation on our social media channels at KUAM News across social media. Make sure you join the conversation. We'd love to have you. And we want to make sure to tell you to stay tuned, because when we come up, Dan Camacho is going to talk about a project management conference. That's when the link continues on this Monday morning. Stay with us.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on, so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Family platter of fried chicken? Check. Tray of red rice? Check. Birthday cake? Check. 1 case of water? Check. 12-pack of beer? Check. 2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam On Demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too. Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable, as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof, Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Trouble, no need, no pain. How dare you call me different when we bleed the same? My life's already a struggle, leave us alone. Then you quickly judge me cause of my skin tone. Now with my partner paying Zappies, Marshallese, and Michael Shryon. Bury the hatchet and let bygones be bygones. The Chukis, Rotinis, Pantinians, and Palon. Carolinians, Island, Guajon, rise up like a lion. Micronesia, right to the fire.
Oh my, the things we talk about during commercial break here on The Link. Happy Monday morning. It's still Sunday for those of you who are joining us in the mainland. We're also talking about a variety of topics because Joy Woodward, one of our dear friends and one of our top fans, is saying in comments, yes, tomorrow is May the 4th be with you. So if you are a hardcore Star Wars nerd, and there is nothing wrong with that, our Sabrina is. She's like as hardcore as they come. Andy Wheeler is one too. We're going to do something special for you guys tomorrow to celebrate Star Wars, where we are celebrating the art and the craft, and it is exactly that, of project management. And we are lucky to have Dan Camacho, who is going to talk to us about the project management conference that's going on right now. Dan, Hafaday, and good morning.
Morning. How's everybody?
We're doing good, man. Thanks for joining us this morning. We're really happy to have you. And it looks like you're out on the water this morning.
Once a Navy man, always a Navy man. So.
There you go. You've always had the desire to serve and everything, and that commitment and that passion continues right now because you're trying to help people get better at project management and everything. And I kind of alluded to it earlier when we started the show. A lot of people don't realize how difficult or how essential project management is to organizations of a variety of sizes and scopes and scales. So maybe just talk about like, what some of the perceptions or misconceptions of project management are here and what this conference hopes to bring to the table in that regard.
Sure. So project management, it's usually slid under the table because, everybody thinks that you just do a project, you have a manager, you have some guys that help you out in the project, and then that's it. But there's all kinds of tools and techniques that are involved, like conflict resolution, putting the project together, the project charter, putting all the documents together to make sure everything's good and legit. And that brings us to the conference we're having. So the conference we're having, we're focusing on, the name of the conference is Project Management in Action, and it's redesigning community amidst a pandemic. So basically what our conference is trying to bring together is, for project managers out there, how were they able to survive during this pandemic? Because this pandemic is new for everybody. It's not something that you normally plan for. And then amidst all these things with the lockdown and people not being able to come in and out, it became hard for a lot of project managers. So the conference we're trying to put together, and we have some good speakers. We have the Lieutenant Governor coming in, Joshua Tenorio. We have Tito Castro from Docomo Pacific, his director over there.
Oh, I know Tito. He's a good guy. He's doing good stuff with like enterprise tech over there. Yeah, it's a good guy.
Yeah, and he's teaching at UOG also. And then we have Joe Pereira, but most people know him from as Joe Guam.
Oh yeah, so Joe Guam.
Yeah, and then we have Daphne Leon Guerrero, who's also she's an HR director for Citadel Companies, deals with petroleum and gas. She's also a teacher at UOG, so professor. So she's going to be there. And then among that, on top of that, we had a co-sponsor with AGA, which is the Professional for Accountants, who are giving out CPE credits. So if you have a PMP certification and you need those CPE credits, we're giving 3 hours of CPE credits for the conference itself. So
outstanding.
It's a good deal for all around. So
well,
we hope everybody.
Dan, if I can ask you, because I think it's wonderful that you've got to. Is our Lieutenant Governor, is Josh Tenorio giving like the keynote address, or is he being one of the presenters? Because he, by nature of the work that he does and everything like that, he's got to manage a lot of projects. He oversees like a lot of meetings, sits on a lot of commissions, and among them, he's dealing a lot with like the homeless thing. And what we learned as project managers last year, and he even heavily emphasized this point, was that traditional project management means that you have to plan and forecast and budget for specific times and specific dates and hitting milestones and things like that. And you always try and factor in like a little bit of ambiguity or like wiggle room. Just somebody may call in sick. There's slippage on a project, what have you. But last year was so challenging because we honestly didn't know what the world was going to be like one day to the next, and that made it unbearably difficult for some people.
Yeah. So we have 3 main topics. So one's the overview on certifications and project management. There's teamwork and collaboration, decision making, and leadership. So what we keyed in with the Lieutenant Governor is basically decision making and leadership. And to put in what he can to how he worked out during the pandemic and all the lockdowns and stuff. But we wanted to emphasize, project management is big on team unity and team. So we didn't want to, I know he's the Lieutenant Governor, and he's a great, he's a great guy, and he's a great person, he's doing right for the island. But I didn't want to focus on one person. I wanted to focus on the entire team.
Sure.
He's going to be one of the presenters, one of the 4 presenters, but he's close to the last one just to bring it all in.
Well, it is a fantastic lineup of speakers, and certainly what they've been able to learn and, probably like learn from, trying to come up with innovative solutions and get creative. And like what a lot of us did is, we tried a bunch of different things. Some of them failed, some of them succeeded and everything like that. But we learn from that and we go forward with that knowledge.
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. So we just want to pass that knowledge on because we believe that the best reaction to an action is knowledge and education. So as long as we can know how to adjust from people that had actual experience doing it, then we can fix what we're doing moving forward. So that's our goal.
Okay, Dan, who would you say is your target audience for this? Because obviously people that are working currently in project management would be like, you know, your number one audience and everything. But I can also see the lessons and, you know, and as you said, the knowledge that's going to be discussed in your conference and everything towards, you know, federal contractors. And admittedly, like a lot of project managers that I know, their work is basically just like stopped for the last year. Like, you know, I know I have some friends who work in the tech industry and they say, you know, our product cycles basically got held up and, you know, we're not working on Gmail anymore. We can't make, you know, like we stopped producing like the next version of Windows because, you know, like we're not in the office and we basically got stymied. So I can also see like teachers, you know, being able to glean a lot of information from this and everything like that. So who all should attend?
Well, in the beginning, our target audience was, you know, people that are still going to school and people that are just starting out in the project management. But as we started building this together, we realized that, you know, there's a lot of project managers that, you know, weren't able to work and weren't able to do. So now our focus for both academics and, you know, project managers that got affected by the COVID and how to re-implement the, you know, the right processes, the right tools and techniques to get back on their feet. Because I mean, the worst thing we want to do is lose stuff from the economy. I mean, we want to expand it. So the more projects we have, the bigger the economic expansion. Mm-hmm. So that's where we're headed towards. So academics and both project managers that got affected by COVID.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know, it's a great way to spend a morning. It's tomorrow, May 4th, starting at 8:30 in the morning until 12. You do have to register, and we've got the Zoom link here. It's projectmanagementconference.eventbrite.com. Dan, is there any cost in everything if students or employees, if anybody would like to attend?
There's no cost. It's free to enter. I mean, we're welcome for anybody to join. So
free, my favorite 4-letter word.
Yeah, the more they come, the better, because you know, there's no use in having knowledge if you can't share it. So that's what we're aiming towards.
Okay, you were mentioning kind of like before we came back on the air that, you know, your own work, if you don't mind me sharing, is you've also done some coursework in project management, and would you agree that maybe it's a little bit more difficult putting into practice when you're actually like doing it? I mean, it's not an easy discipline. I mean, it is a rigid science that you have to be really, really good at.
Yeah. So I was in the Navy and we did a lot of projects and stuff. And so as soon as I made it I started getting in charge of all these projects and you know, coming from Guam, never having to deal with it straight out of high school, never have to deal with anything. It was very problematic for me, especially trying to integrate. You know, they gave us books and personal qualification standards, we call it PQS, but they gave us to us and push us in the right direction. But it was always, it's always hard to put academics into real life scenarios. So, but, you know, going through that experience and then now taking the course, I can see the you know, the coordination, the implementation of using the academics and the books. I mean, they do give the right tools and techniques, and you have the great, you know, the support, like the AGA, the other PMP certified, you know, employees and stuff to help you, push you along and help you. I mean, it's a family. That's what I learned, you know, during this course, that it's a family, that, you know, just because you get certified doesn't mean you're just by yourself. You could always reach out to somebody to, you know, for help along the way.
Mm-hmm. This is a fantastic opportunity for students. I mean, like when I was going to UOG and I was a business major, this was a required course. There was like project management and logistics. And again, you know, we thought it was, oh, okay, well, you know, like that's going to be like an easy course. And it was actually Dr. Anita Borja Enriquez, when she first came back to the island, that was the first class she taught. And it was very challenging, but, you know, Dr. Enriquez is a fantastic instructor. And she really laid it out well. But yeah, this is something very, very worthwhile. And I would say regardless of whatever industry you're in, you may be military, nonprofit, private sector, education sector, you know, government, what have you, and everything like that. There are lessons that you're going to take away from this that will make you a better professional.
Exactly. And that's what we hope to produce out of coming out of this conference, is that people are more enlightened in both project management, and the project managers are more enlightened how to coordinate through this COVID
And
situation.
of course, if you need those CPEs, this is a great way to get them.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. So Dan, so final word and everything like that. What's your final invite or your final push? Why people should attend this wonderful event?
Well, I mean, besides being, initially everybody's a project manager, whether you're, working at Taco Bell or you're working at a big, CEO of a big company. Everybody has projects, and you can always learn how to tweak stuff to better both your company and yourself. And it comes at the end of the day, the more you experience it, the better you get. So I mean, we want to push everybody to come and join the conference so that everybody can learn together. And the bigger the conference, the bigger the team, the bigger the family.
Exactly. Well, final thought. Our buddy Dave De La Sola, he's the director, of course, of the Department of Labor here on the island, and he always emphasizes that especially these times, ramp up your skill set, maybe take on take on a new vocation, everything like that. This is a perfect way to do that. This is a unbelievable arrow that you can have in your quill as you help bring the island back to prosperity and everything. So Dan, thanks a lot, man. We appreciate what you're doing. I'm gonna pop in there because I need to get sharper on my project management skills too. It's been a while.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Jason. Thanks everybody at KUM, Chris, Sabrina, everybody down there. We appreciate you bringing us on and giving us the time to just to let everybody know.
All right, hey man. Whenever we've got really, really good people here on the island doing really good events, and they've got really cool virtual backgrounds and everything. We'd love to have you on the show, man. So come back anytime.
Okay, thanks, Jason.
All right. And please stay tuned, everybody, because we will be back with more Link right after this.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the field, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, in partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
As a reporter, I often ask people what compelled them to get the COVID-19 vaccine. For me, someone who's lived through coronavirus, I can't help but fear the idea of possibly infecting others, unknowingly passing it along to someone with a lesser immune system, someone's mother, father, grandparent, or someone who wouldn't be as blessed to suffer only minor symptoms. When I contracted COVID, that is what weighed most on my heart and mind, and that's why I did everything in my power to prevent this from happening, by following public health protocols. And now I am doing the same thing, being mindful my decisions, choices, and actions don't only affect me, but the entire nation. So I chose to get vaccinated, simply to protect others. My name is Adriana Cotero. I'm a KUAM News reporter and anchor, and a proud member of the Vaccine Nation.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Addis Trust and Investment, location, service, trust, is a proud partner of the KUAM Care Force.
It's Monday. Monday, whoa, Viva Lunes. Come on, how many people out there do you know actually Viva Monday?
Somebody's got a case of the Monday.
Monday.
Hey, man, it's another opportunity to do something cool.
All right, Jay. That's it. Think positive.
You're not a Monday guy.
I don't
this
care.
I know.
I don't care. I mean, yeah, do I like Mondays? But it is what it is. It comes either way. Hate it or love it. In the words of 50. Good morning. We had a comment here. And I was actually WhatsApping Lillian about this. Lillian Posadas, hospital administrator, GMH, guys. That's DUB, by the way. Doing the old Jimmy Buffett song there, 713. Someone had commented in here. Where was it? The positives that got hospitalized, were they fully vaccinated? According to hospital administrator Lillian Posadas, no. I had messaged her over the weekend. Hi, Lillian. Are any of the COVID patients at GMH fully vaccinated? Untrue. Those admitted right now are not vaccinated. Okay, and then she says, we checked our nursing supervisor. No new recent COVID admissions of individuals who are fully or partially vaccinated. We only have those who are not vaccinated. We had a few last week who were fully vaccinated, tested positive initially via the Abbott, but the confirmatory PCR results were negative. Hence, the patients were released home. So there you go. Because I don't know how that got spread around, but all it takes is one person to say it on WhatsApp, and they send it to everybody, and then pretty soon people are just reciting it as fact. But according to Lillian, who, remember what she said on the show last week? I'm not going to lie. She said it straight up. She's not going to lie. So I asked her, and that was the answer. Now, whether or not you guys choose to believe it, that's a whole other story. At 7:14, yeah, the delaying of the island was delayed, or the reopening of the island was delayed 2 weeks. Jay, you have something, yes?
No, I was going to say something, but no.
Go ahead, please, my friend.
No, I was going to say, also what happened over the weekend was in the city of Cleveland, Ohio, there was the NFL draft.
That's correct.
And, Guam had a presence in the NFL draft.
Yeah, I got that email.
Yeah, so, we got the video clip, too. Joser's going to bring that up right now. So to give you guys some context, Guardsmen, U.S. service members on Guam were featured during the draft for the next batch of NFL stars, and we were featured during the Atlanta Falcons pick
Wow.
So this is actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
Guam's got like a little bit of a Falcons fan base here. I know, it's, we never really have like our own home team here. So like the Falcons, of course, went to the Super Bowl in '98. That's when they had the whole Dirty Bird thing, Jamal Anderson.
Yeah.
And then the Falcons went a few years ago and had like the biggest comeback win ever in the Super Bowl by Tom Brady and the Patriots to win his 6th Super Bowl ring. But this one is really cool because during the Falcons pick, U.S. service members that are stationed here got a chance to show off their pigskin love. So here is the Guam Guard as featured in the NFL draft.
Hafiday from Guam,
where America's day begins.
Our mission is to ensure regional peace and stability,
along with our allies and partners.
We are thankful for the NFL
for the honor of introducing
the Atlanta Falcons 2021 draft pick.
So, from the USO here on Guam, go Falcons! Back to you, Cleveland.
That was cool.
Yeah, day.
They pre-taped that, and they played that. So of course
They got some good arms, though, man.
Yeah, if you can throw like a little hitch pass from Anderson, it winds up in Big Navy.
Yeah, wow.
They should have drafted you.
Yeah, that's right.
But what you saw there was, of course, U.S. Air Force, Air Guard, and the Space Force. Did you catch that?
What? Are you serious?
Yeah, they had a
missed
Space
it.
Force serviceman.
You serious?
Yeah, I'm not sure if any Guamanians or Chamorros are in the Space Force yet. Do you know anybody who's in the Space Force? I know like the graduating class from the Air Force Academy last year, all of them went into the Space Force, but that's President Trump's big thing. They added another branch of service. Yeah, so Chris is actually I think it's after yeah. So you got a Coast Guard guy. There it is, the Space Force guy.
There is a Space Force. You're right.
Here's a Marine.
I'm still there's a Space Force. I'm still there.
And I remember the first time I heard that, they're like, oh, the U.S. Space Force. I thought it was a cartoon.
Yeah. It's not, though. It's actually real life. Yep. And it's going to be really significant tomorrow on May the 4th.
Oh, they're going to be partying.
Yeah. Because there's a Space Force now, guys. I don't know what they do. What do they do?
They handle, basically, satellite communications.
See, that doesn't sound as cool as Space Force. Space Force sounds like you're going into space, but
they're also
X-wing fighter.
They're also doing space exploration.
Yeah, but what do they do? They read satellite printouts. Boring. They're really gonna dupe you with that Space Force. You're going in thinking you get a laser gun and all that, right, sir? That's what I'm thinking. If I'm signing up for Space Force, I'm like, dude, we're going to the moon for basic training.
Well, you know what I really want to see is
watch out, guys. They prey on you, guys. You young, impressionable minds.
Well, if Elon Musk has his way, we may be able to take a commuter flight straight to the moon.
Right.
There's him, and then what Jeff Bezos at Amazon is planning to do is you can actually have good.
And I'm pretty sure it's going to be at a price we can all afford, Jay.
Yeah.
7:18. Good morning, PD Mayor Jesse Allig coming up on the show. Remember, we're also getting former Governor Carl Gutierrez to talk about the yet another and another one. Another delaying of the reopening of the island to tourists.
I had a thought.
Yes.
Carl Gutierrez, throughout the time that he has been, enlisted, let's say, by Governor Leon Guerrero to help out and to advise and now to serve, right? He has always deferred to her seat as the chief executive, right? But if Uncle Carl was the governor, right now, and we have one of these events that set back, the opening of tourism, and he held a press conference. How do you think he would have said that? Because you have to kind of lecture the community a little bit.
You don't really have to.
Do you think he would have been stern, or would he given people a very
No, what's interesting about the former governor is he's kind of like one of these COVID denier people. I mean, not all the way, but we've had him on the show a few times, and he said some things where it's like, huh? But obviously, that's not the stance of the administration. But it's surprisingly, Uncle Carl is surprisingly Republican. Like when you really talk to him.
Wow.
Yeah, it's interesting. 7:20. I mean, no, he's a Democrat. Definitely, he's a Democrat.
There's a whole bunch of Democrats that are sitting down eating their cereal right now. It's all over their wall.
They're just throwing it at the Facebook. Shut up, Chris. You don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, so he's coming on. We're going to ask him, what does it mean, right? What tourists are coming? How is this delaying it for 2 weeks? Because it's 2 weeks now, but you never know. And when we had all the doctors on last week, they were saying, in about 2 weeks, we're really going to see the effects of these clusters. Because there's no doubt there's been an impact with the number of positive cases that we've had, right? But do you guys feel like that was enough of a reason to delay the so-called reopening of the island?
I think about one little event required contact tracing of 961 people.
Right.
Just let that sink in about the decisions you may make.
There's actually more, Jay, because they found another log sheet where it was a couple hundred more customers.
Yeah, no, that's right. Chima was saying that.
But personally, I don't think people care. I don't. I think that there might be a couple people who are like, "Oh my God, I don't want to catch COVID," but everyone's just kind of doing their thing out here, right, sir? They are. I mean, it is what it is. Like I said.
Here is the extreme.
That's why I'm like, reopen the island. What are you talking? This is wide open, bro.
Here's the extreme anomaly, right?
It's like the ship is in. That's how wide open.
No, look at Joser. Joser even, and he doesn't throw it in anybody's face, but Joser for the last 14 months of his life, the only places he has ever gone has been here, church, and once a week he takes his wife, who's a pharmacist, to the grocery store. So she just gets off work. She's in all hazmat gear anyway, right? Because of her medical environment, and he stays in the car. That's all he's done for the last 14 years. Not everybody's got to be that extreme, but I mean, Joser is hardcore.
Yeah. But again, you can't really blame people for just turning a blind eye to this pandemic, because that's what our government has kind of done. They've made it so, I mean, everything's open, and how can you take it seriously when everything's open? I mean, no, serious. How can you? You can't go out here and be like, "Oh my God, it's a state of emergency. Let me go watch a movie. Let me go grab some Raising Cane's, or let me stay in and stream TiVo and order Uno Go." You know what I mean? So yeah, it's hard. I mean, any rational person out there, and I'm even one of these guys who was like, stay home, wash your hands, be safe, wash your fat, do your part. I'm still that way, but I'm just saying, when everything is open, no one is going to take it seriously. And then you run the risk of having to make people believe how serious it is when it doesn't match up with what's going on out here. But anyway, in the meantime, we delay the reopening of the island to tourism. Maybe that's a blessing in disguise. Maybe God, like I said last week, maybe God was like, you guys haven't really cleaned your area very well. Because you want to open the island to tourism, you better clean up your island better. So, hey, we have another 2 weeks to prep. For what, though? I don't know, because when they asked the governor in the press conference last week if she thought when the island was reopening for tourism that there was going to be a flood of tourists, she said straight up no. She's like, no, there's not. It's going to be very slow. So that's what I'm saying. There's just so much fanfare about.
People are even projecting that it's probably going to be 2023
right
by the time we get back to a baseline.
Yeah, which is interesting because people are definitely traveling, right? There are people want to travel. I know people are going off to the States for summer, right? People are going on trips. So people are definitely traveling. Whether or not the people who travel to Guam are going anywhere.
And this isn't like Sabrina, who went for family business. People are planning recreational outings.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and we did have a comment here. I mean, yeah, it is hard to take it serious when right off the bat, the governor threw a re-election fundraiser. I mean, God, I'm not even hating, guys. It is what it is. It's like, you can't tell me to take this serious. Like, you didn't even take it serious. That's the problem. And that's why, again, we got to go back to the community messaging, which is just us out here, right? I mean, we just got to do our part again and again and again and never stop doing it. Because when you don't, when you let your guard down, when you play basketball when you're sick, you just you're screwing up everybody's plans out here, guy. All right, 7:25. In the meantime, go get vaccinated. There's about 50 million ways you can get vaccinated.
Yeah.
Because we're now trying to gun it to 100. Pat the half, we did it. We didn't even get a medal, Joe. We busted our asses to run out there and get vaccinated because you told us that we weren't going to have to go into quarantine because you told us we're going to reopen the island. So, Mario, say we did our part. We achieved the path. You know what, guys? Let me commend you. Because they don't want to commend us. Let me say thank you, guys. Thank you, seriously, for going out and getting vaccinated. Way to go. Good job, Pat the Half. Woohoo, you did it. Who rocks? People of Guam rock. That's right.
Yeah, like you said, 50,000 ways to get tested, 50 ways to leave your lover, whatever you want to say. So you want me to run down like
Yeah, sure.
Okay, here we go. Vaccination clinics today, you guys, for students 16 years or older. At JFK High School from 9 to 3. That happens today. Make sure to go to JFK and get your shot if you are a student 16 or up. Also today, at Sinahanya, there is a vaccination clinic from 9 to 3. Call the Sinahanya Mayor's Office at 472-6707 or 477-3323 if you have information about that. If you are in Sinahanya, go get your shot there. Tomorrow, there's going to be free COVID testing. Results available on site at the Old Carnival Grounds in Tizin. That's tomorrow from 9 to 12. Also tomorrow, if you are in Mongmong Totomaiti, 9 to 3, you can get your shot. Call your village mayor's office for that. If you want to get your shot at UOG Tuesday to Saturday, you can go on KUM.com/vaccinations. Here's the QR code. Scan this, go to tinyurl/VAXGuam and make your appointment. And then on Friday, down in Telefofo, 9 to 3, you can also get your shot. Opportunities abound for you to get immunized.
Yeah. So go do it, guys. Never mind what we're going to get out of it, okay? Don't believe. We're not going to get. We need to get to the herd immunity now, I guess. We did have some comments here. Did the governor ever fully explain what opening means? Well, it means opening the island to travel is what it means. It was the intent was
allowing the arrival of tourism.
Not just the tourism, but also for returning residents. We're supposed to achieve the Pat the Half, and it was supposed to be this great thing because with the more people in the community who are vaccinated, the less likely the chance of severe illness and hospitalization. This is according to them, guys. The less chance of severe COVID illness and hospitalization, and then that is supposed to lead to fewer restrictions because so many of us got vaccinated, right? Wrong. That's not what happened. Instead, we did our part. We went out and got vaccinated, and then some idiot played basketball and spread his mucus all over a whole bunch of people. Then there was karaokeing, and then there was the whole thing with Subaki Tower. So, yeah, that's why the Pat the Half was, well, that's why we're not reopened yet, guys. But, I mean, everything's the same, okay? It's serious, but we're not changing anything. So just do your part. Be safe. That's what reopening means, Rosemary Laguatnia. F. Glenn Lujan, our good friend, writes, we are not in the clear yet. Stay safe and vigilant, taking all precautions. Amen. Definitely agree. We're not really like one of those, hey, go crazy, COVID is a lie. No, we definitely want you guys to be safe and vigilant and take all precautions. Francisco Camacho comments in, the governor is never going to open it completely, just in 2-week increments until next year. I think at this point, whenever we get another one of these 2-week increments, I mean, it is what it is. It just, I could feel the whole island rolling their eyes. Just like, oh, God. Whether or not they're mad at the governor or whether or not they're mad at this guy who played basketball while he was sick. It's just so like, oh, man. I know. You just want it to be over already, right? It's frustrating. But if you're sick, stay home, okay? I know. You're getting the stimulus. You want to go spend the money. Everything's open. But if you're sick, just stay home. All right, let's go to the KUAM News Zoom room where he's just looking very well rested. Petey Mayor and President of the Mayor's Council of Guam, Petey Mayor Jesse Alley. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, you listen to your body, and if it tells you to rest, you just rest. So
there you go.
That's what I did.
Yeah.
Thanks for giving me a break last
No, I mean, hello, we can't be like, if you're sick, stay home, but if you're sick, come on the link. So yeah, I mean,
yeah. If you're sick, stay home and continue to work, and that's exactly what I did.
Amen. Amen. Mayor, I just got to ask just your reaction right off the bat of the press conference last week. Were you anticipating that there would be a delay in the so-called reopening of the island?
I did. I anticipated a delay based on everything that was going on. I think one of the, and we listen to everyone's sentiments, and for me, bottom line is you keep yourself healthy, keep your families healthy and safe, and when we'll move along. We all have different views on opening tourism and the economy and being safe, but I think bottom line is we just learn to live healthy, to live safely, and we'll be okay in the end. Of course, there's a bigger push on the business side and the economic side of things, which of course is foreseeable and is it's not unfortunate, but it's necessary. So of course, like I said, we all have differing views, but at the same time, at the bottom line is that we should just continue to be safe and healthy.
Man, Mayor, what you said about the businesses, I feel like there's so much money circulating in our economy right now.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of money circulating in the economy, and I think that I'm glad that some businesses are innovative enough to be able to help, or to help push that out as far as consumerism goes. So it does look good for a lot of people, but for others that are struggling, we're trying. That's where I think, we have to see less of the government involved in that. I think there needs to be less government in business. So, but that's a whole different topic, I think.
Dave.
I think keeping safe, and that's kind of where it goes. That in our line as mayors, where what we're seeing a lot of is, wanting to use our parks and our facilities. And that's where I think what's important is that, we want to open it. The mayors want to open the parks and facilities, but with approved guidelines from public health.
Right.
That's what we're going to need. So I know that a lot of tournaments are wanting to be had, and a lot of players are wanting to do different types of leagues, start different types of leagues. As long as you get your guidelines approved by public health, you should have no problems with the mayors. And if there are situations where you're unclear of what needs to get done, public health is available to assist in that.
Oh man, Mayor. Well, I got you on this. What you said about the parks. I wanted to ask your opinion on, where is this release? I've been trying to get on the deputy or anybody from DPR about this press release that had come out. I don't know if you saw this last week. For immediate release, and this was released through the governor's office on Saturday, April 24th, which was last weekend, approximately 10 a.m. A 51-year-old male was arrested at Ipan Beach Park by DPR Park Patrol officers for criminal trespass. The arrestee was warned numerous times over the past year about camping in the park without a permit. He was also counseled numerous times for litter violations. Now, in accordance with Title 23, Chapter 3 of the Guam Administrative Rules and Regs, violators of the rules and regs may be expelled from the park system. If the offender fails to comply with the expulsion and returns to the park, he or she may be arrested for criminal trespass. On Monday, April 26th, at approximately 9:20, a 40-year-old male was also arrested for the same offense at the same park under the same circumstances. He was repeatedly warned and counseled for camping without a permit and litter violations. Both arrestees were booked and released because they're not holding anybody who commits a nonviolent crime in jail. Any further violations by these arrestees or other violators may result in arrest and confinement. Actually, it won't, because they haven't changed their policy over at DOC, where they only confine violent offenders. And camping without a permit doesn't sound like a violent crime. Camping permits are issued to ensure someone is accountable for the cleanup and the compliance of park rules and regs for the duration of the permit. The permits are $30 a night with a refundable cleaning deposit. DPR reminds the public that the parks are for their leisure and enjoyment, but the park rules need to be followed in order to preserve peace and order, which will result in more clean and beautiful parks. Should you have any questions or concerns, please contact DPR. Signed, Victor Villagomez, Deputy Director. Man, I tried to get him on a couple times last week, but didn't work. Did you know about that?
I just read that. Just from the release.
Yeah.
Didn't know much. I don't know much more about it other than what you read.
Yeah. So what do you think about that? I mean, it's it's kind of complicated, right?
We all have our own parks in our areas that we have jurisdiction over, and it really is based on you manage it based on expectation and based on need. And I'm not sure how they I'm not really sure what goes on at each park, but that's one of the reasons why in our park, one of our parks in PDB, it's gated, and because we're finding that there's a lot of loitering going on. And so we want to, it is a government facility. There is water, there is power, and perhaps they have other issues as to why they're there, right? And of course, that just leads us into the whole homelessness situation. So, that could be. I can't comment on what actually happened and how they actually. I don't want to comment on how they handled that as far as the two.
Right.
Incidents go. But yeah, it is unfortunate that DOC is not able to keep any of those arrestees at their facility.
Right. And that means everybody.
That's what we're seeing in other issues, and not only just those types of things, but even through the neighborhood watch program, when they do a call in and there's an arrestee or there's someone that is arrested, we have those issues about being booked and released, and so. It's kind of, I hate to equate it to the animal problem, but it's the same situation. Kind of, with our animals, we catch the dogs and we try to turn them into game, but we can't because they're full. Right. So we take them back, and they end up back in. So it's a big problem all around.
Yeah, it is.
And that's where I think a lot of the stimulus money perhaps should go. Yeah.
Let's just switch gears on that. So the American Rescue Plan, we haven't got the money yet, according to Adelup. But I know the governor had wanted to meet with the senators about prioritizing spending with this American Rescue Plan. What's you guys' conversation with the governor on what the mayors are going to get and what it's going to be used for?
Oh. We're looking at, of course, we're trying to replace some of our old fleet that we have. For many of the mayors have vehicles that are over 10 years old, and just kind of, we're just every day trying to fix our vehicles to get them running, to keep the villages maintained. One of our issues was that some of the vehicles that we purchased at the beginning of the pandemic, from GSA, we offered to the pandemic response team through public health to utilize them for a few months. And so, we gave that up a little bit at the beginning of the pandemic. And so we're hoping that we can get some type of replacement of those vehicles for each of the mayor's offices to help not only with our continued work with the pandemic, but our regular maintenance work, because we continue to still do those, ancillary services, the senior meals, senior meal deliveries, and we still help out the schools with their student packets, even though that most of them are going back to school. We still get student packets, and so if the school can't find them, then we try and help the school find them, in the villages. So we still continue to do that to this day. One of the other things that we're hoping that we can get out of all of this money is an increase in our maintenance money, so that we can continue to maintain our villages. We do have money from the recycling revolving fund, but that's proving to not be sufficient to clear all the trash out. And so we're hoping that we could get some help with that part of our responsibility.
Back up. Sorry, Mayor. What do you mean the recycling revolving fund is not enough money to To do what? To pick up all the abandoned vehicles, or?
Yeah, abandoned vehicles, all the recyclables, and then but that does not even include trash, right? So we still have to pay for trash. So regular trash, all the mayor's offices have one dump a day, and beyond that, we have to pay for it. And all the larger villages, even the medium-sized villages, need to dump more than once, and so that comes out of our district funds to pay to GSWA. And so we're hoping that with some assistance from this additional funding, we're hoping to at least get back what we did not get in fiscal 21. So that's kind of I believe somewhere around 2.3 million just for the maintenance side of things.
Mayor, so you're saying that the recycling revolving fund is it out of money or just low?
No. They're not out of money. You were given 1.3 million this fiscal year. Yeah. We continue to use it, but our internal process is that we do it in phases so that there's hopefully better accountability on the mayor's side to our admin office and from our admin office to EPA. So we first started with the abandoned vehicles. Of course, we all have issues with procurement because we can only, per vendor, per account, we can only spend up to $25,000. After that, we have to start anew. And so this is not emergency procurement. So we're gonna have to go through the whole cycle again.
Ooh, burn.
So there are issues with how we can expend this money and the total amount that we can spend per vendor. And there's not a plethora of recyclable vendors on Guam. I think there's only 2 vendors that accept the vehicles, and so once you've maxed that out, you kind of have to wait for the process to go through and then start over again. And so that's our difficulty, especially, like I said, with the larger villages who already met their max of $25,000 for the abandoned vehicles. And the issue that we have there is that we cannot really shop around as to get the cheaper disposal rate, because if there's only 2 vendors and both vendors charge X amount of money, then that's just kind of what we have to go with. Otherwise, we're dealt with the same trash, and we have to handle that. We have to deal with that trash that's not disposed. So we have to pay that amount unless there's another vendor on the island that approved by EPA that accepts the vehicle at a cheaper price. So that's our bigger problem with the abandoned vehicles. With the tires, again, there's only one vendor that accepts it, and we are at their mercy based on their capacity as well. And so I know that we're not collecting batteries at the moment because the facility is there's an issue with the facility. I don't know what the issue is, but they typically take care of it, and then we can go back in another week or 2 and continue to dispose the tires. But that's our issue, is when you get to a certain amount of money per PO per vendor, it's kind of
so Mayor, it's got nothing to do with the $500,000 that we gave to the UOG environmental group.
No, it does not.
Okay.
No, it does not. It does not. And I have to tell you though, Chris, in that I know I was one of those mayors that led the fight against that. In a few hours, we were able to get that to the legislature. But if I had known, again, the miscommunication, right? If I had known the intent and the purpose of this money and this fund, then of course we would have been supportive, and that we would understand that our money to the Mayor's Council of Guam would not be jeopardized. As a matter of fact, I think I'm one of the few mayors that have signed on with the G3 initiative for their badge program. And that's because, again, we communicated with them and I understand their program and I feel it's beneficial. My council believes it's beneficial. And as a matter of fact, I think we've achieved badge 1 and 2 of the program. So again, it really is about communication and making sure that we all understand what's going on. And then, we'll be able to make an informed decision. That's, again, bottom line for us.
Mayor, can we get an update on the stray dogs?
stray dogs, I know there's still the issue of capacity at Gain. I know that they continue, Mayor Paco and his group continue to pick up dogs and cats throughout the island. They turn in, I don't know what the total count is. I know that it's already in the hundreds, but I don't have a complete total. It's not as I don't think the capture rate is as high as they anticipated, but they're continuing to do it. It's to continue to do the process.
So wait a minute, are you saying that we underestimated the intelligence of these stray animals?
No. You know,
because they are
those stray,
Mayor, they
those
are
stray
smart.
dogs are smarter than anybody.
Yeah. Let me tell you, a boony dog, you know, they might not have the college degree or whatever, but they're boony smart.
Dude, yeah, Guam Booney dogs.
Yep.
Guam Booney dogs. They got something upstairs.
They don't fall for the, come on, boy. Come on, get in the cage. Let's go, just get in the cage. Come on, Mayor, Sid, get in the cage. No. They're like, yeah, okay, Mayor, whatever.
Plus, you know what? A Guam Booney dog will eat things that a billy goat would never even go near.
Right. We had an incident out here this morning, and it's about boony dogs. So we came up, I don't know who had thrown away a box of pizza. There was still some pizza in it, but these two boony dogs took it out of the trash, and when I got down, they were in the process of trying to, like, get the box out of the trash bag. And then they saw me, and they kind of, like, backed off. So, you know, me being the good Samaritan I am, well, it wasn't me, actually. So
they're your dogs.
No, so we took the pizza out, and the dogs were like, they were still kind of like, I don't know what's going on. It's kind of weird. Why are they being nice to us? We don't know. And then we went inside, and we saw that they came up, and they're actually eating the pizza. So, yeah, they're not just stupid to just fall for whatever, you know what I mean? So, yeah, it's got to be difficult. It's got to be difficult for you guys to catch these dogs.
Yeah, it is. You know, and like I said, there's an old school way and the new school way, and for a lot of them, the old school way works. I can't explain that process, but I just know that the old school way works a lot better for some of them. The new school way is you set the trap and hope and pray it goes in and it closes and you capture the dog. And so that's basically what most of us are doing these days.
Yeah, you open the trap and then you go pray the rosary that the dog will go. Yeah. Light a candle.
Yeah, that's right.
Because, man, Mayor was...
So on another subject,
right
Bill
on.
116 this week.
Which one's that?
There is a public hearing on Bill 116. Senator Sabina Perez, I believe, is the author of that bill. And there are several co-sponsors along party lines, not along party lines, bipartisan support.
Yeah.
And I think it's a bill that affects the Mayor's Council because one of the things that a lot of the mayors have been talking about was if they're going to issue citations for littering, even for the dog citations, they want to see a lot of that money come back to the municipality for whatever cleanup and for whatever purpose, you know, is necessary on the village level. And so this Bill 116 amends the current law, and it does allow for some of this citation money to be returned to the apprehending officer's agency or jurisdiction. So I'm hoping that some of the mayors that are not willing to issue citations because of this are supportive of this bill. I believe will it help illegal dumping? I believe it will in one way. It does increase. I'm not a big fan of increasing fees, but it does increase the fine, I believe, from 200 to 500 with a max of 1,000. But what I think is the better option here is the conversion of those fines to community service work. And so that's probably, you know, back in the day, I mean, I'm sure you know, Chris, we never got paid to go rake the leaves and to do all those kinds of things out in the yard. You just had to do it. And it's kind of I'm hoping that with the conversion into community service, hopefully if a perpetrator or a person who illegally dumps knows that they actually have to perform community service and not just fork out cash because they have the cash, then perhaps that'll be a bigger deterrent. There's this different again, with this and like and a lot of other topics, there are differing views and how we can curb illegal dumping. And KUM, you guys did a great job about this month on trash, and so I'm hoping that this bill and the amendment to the current law, current statute will help with.
I think we need to put some signs on these people. I'm going to talk to Senator Sabina. Right? Can you do that? Is that legal? Or is there some kind of constitutional nonsense that
This is the second time this morning you have said that basically Mayor Chris wants people to be like Hester Prynne from the Scarlet Letter.
I don't care what this young generation says. Shaming, it works, guys. It does.
Shaming works. Yeah. Shaming definitely
worked when we were young.
No, Mayor, we talked about this.
No, I mean, so you dump illegally, and then we make you wear a freaking sign that says, "I'm a stupid illegal dumper. I don't give a crap about Guam."
And in Chamorro culture, when you misbehave, like if you're at a village party or like your Nana's house, what's the first thing they do? They make a example of you in front of your cousins, and
make
that's
an
the best way
example
to
out of
get
you.
you shape up.
What do you think, Mayor? I know. I mean, they do it. You read about it in these small town USA, right? They get some judge, and he's like, "Oh, I'm going to make you stand on the street corner saying, I won't steal the taxpayers' dollars or whatever." We need to try something because whatever we're doing now is not working. Is all I'm saying. Mayor, we did have a comment here. If a dog or cat, dog or cat is captured, will the animal be scanned for a microchip? What is this, Star Trek? Or if they have a caller with owner info, does anyone attempt to contact the owners? Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't. Not on the mayor's office side. Perhaps on the animal control side or the game side, they would do it. I don't believe that's an active process, but I know it's something that between agriculture and game, they wanted to get to that point by microchipping all the dogs and all the animals. Yeah. I don't believe it. From the mayor's office's side, no, we don't scan for microchips.
Do they have it though? They have that scanner thing at Gain, right?
Correct.
Right. Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay, so
but going back to Bill 116 and going back to that whole Scarlet Letter deal.
Yeah.
The community service part, and I think that's important because if you're walking on the side of the road picking up trash on Marine Corps Drive, people are gonna want to know, or people always want to know, hey, what are they doing over there? What's going on over there? But if there's a single person, a lone person walking on the side of the road picking up trash, someone's gonna know. I think that's Scarlet Letter enough.
No, because some people do it out of their own free will to help. Like there's a Korean guy that does East Agana.
I've got a lot of neighbors who just do that. They just walk along when they're going out for their morning constitutional, and they'll just like bring they'll bring like a
Well, here's an interesting comment, Mayor Rosemary LaGuardia. She's one of our she's on
super
it.
top fan.
Yeah, she really isn't very well informed. She has some good points of view. She goes, with all the illegal dump sites reported, why does that not constitute a state of emergency to allow the offices of the mayors to obtain the funds needed to clear this out? That's a good point, because we have a state of emergency for the GovGuam computer. We do. We have a state of emergency for the GovGuam, the computer of the GovGuam, since December of last year, but we don't have a state of emergency for this freaking illegal dumping? Doesn't make sense, sir. It doesn't. Why would we have a state of emergency for a GovGuam computer that is actually still working? It's not like you guys aren't getting paid or anything. They want to go spend 20-some million on a GovGuam computer, and probably because they don't like it's probably some personal thing. Sorry, Mayor. But I'm just saying, this ain't a state of emergency. Anyway. Mayor, anything in closing? Boy, you're biting your tongue. You know it's bad when Mayor Alex biting his tongue, because he usually got no problem saying it out.
Well, it's
Chris. Viva Guam. That's it. Viva Guam. All right, Mayor.
Well, no, I don't have any updates. Any other updates other than the trash and that Bill 116 that was quite interesting I think important for us.
Yeah.
Other than that, we do have our regular meeting this Wednesday again at the Swinning Senior Citizen Center. Capacity is limited, so just if anyone wants to, well, the media is always there, so they report on what happens there. That's what's going on this week. Thanks, Chris and Jason. I appreciate the time again.
Mayor, just last question. Senior centers, what's the timeline? Are we still waiting for PCOR 4?
We're... What? No, I'm not going by PCOR 4. I think we're going by what is going to be safe for the Manamco at this point. I know that there's a lot of talk about opening, and we're not, between public health, the mayor's offices, and the governor as well, we want to be able to open safely. And so if we cannot have 100% occupancy in the centers, then we're not going to open. I know there's definitely talk about staggering schedules for the Manamco, but one of our bigger issues with staggering that and opening the centers is the staff that we currently employ to run those centers are also delivering over 1,000 meals a day.
Right. Yeah.
And so, that'll hamper our operations either way.
Okay,
so,
Mayor.
No, we're not opening just yet, and we should get sufficient notice, before opening. We're hoping at least 30 days before to open.
Okay,
we'll certainly
Mayor.
let you know.
Appreciate it. Yes, we had a funny comment here before we let you go. Bev writes in, the government needs to upgrade the computers for the online poker gambling. So there's a little bit of a lag, right, Jay? There's a lag. It's dragging. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, whatever happened with that online poker gambling thing? Dude, we asked everybody about that. And I thought it was sort of funny that it kind of started at the airport. Remember we had asked the airport oversight, Senator Amanda Shelton, for a comment on it, and I don't know if we...
Bree did the Q&A with JQ for like 10 straight minutes.
Right, yeah. I mean, what is going on with that online poker gambling? How come we're not hearing about it? We did have another couple comments here. Daz Leon Guerrero writes, traffic piling up from Reventax to the Barrigada post office. Remember that whole situation with the Dedido and the Gigo post offices? They're still closed. We don't know why. There's an audit being conducted. We don't know why.
Des, do you mean going northward or going southward towards the Barrigada post office?
Well, Reventax has always got a lot of traffic.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was. You know what? Let me get my.
And guys, remember, if you're doing vehicle registration, they actually have a new satellite office over at DPW, kind of like near where the One Stop Center is. So we had Daphne on last week. She did a whole tour of it. So it was cool. Our commenters are on it today. Thank you, guys.
We have the smartest commenters on the internet, man.
Bev also writes, she was only asking about the microchip thing because the animal wanders off doesn't necessarily mean they are astray. Can you imagine being that dog in Gain or wherever you're in the cage and you have a microchip, but you don't know how to tell the humans that you have a microchip? Like, no, why does this dog keep barking? I don't know. It just probably doesn't like being caged up. And the dog's like, no, I'm trying to tell you I have a microchip. I have an owner. I sleep in the aircon.
Okay, Des is absolutely right. I'm looking on Google Maps right now. You know how we can look at the traffic view?
Yep.
Traffic basically and Des absolutely right, from the Guam main facility, the Barrigada post office, all the way to where Reventax is, it looks like it's bumper to bumper.
Wow. Okay. Well, we'll get more info on that coming. It looks like an accident, she writes in.
So basically, from the headed into Barrigada Heights.
Okay, going to take a quick break, and we're coming back on KUAM TV right here on The Link. Good morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital. We got your 6. Welcome to The Link, to our viewers on KUAM TV. My name's Chris.
I'm Jason. Good morning and half a day, everybody.
It is 8 o'clock on The Link. Good morning. Here's who's coming up. Former Governor Carl Gutierrez. He's also the czar of permitting for the territory of Guam. We've also got Public Auditor BJ Cruz coming on. There was a little bit of a back and forth between the Attorney General and the Public Auditor because the Public Auditor had called out a GovGuam vendor. They actually hold a couple contracts with GovGuam. I think it's SH Enterprises. So anyway, they had one contract, and then they let Lou and Josh use the old Hakobatan building in Tamuning for the War Claims Processing Center for free. And then after that, they won another big GovGuam contract. So the public auditor said, that's not right. You can't bid on any GovGuam contracts. But then the AG came out and said, oh, the public auditor doesn't have the authority to do that. It's the chief procurement officer who has the authority to do that. So it's kind of sounding like it's a turf war, right? And we're getting the public auditor on. I'll reach out to the AG. I just messaged the procurement chair, Senator Sabina Perez. But I just got to say, guys, if you pay attention, there are so many issues with procurement going on with this administration. It's nuts. For every other day, we're talking about some kind of procurement issue. Whether it's emergency procurement being abused, whether it's favors being granted. You can't let Lou and Josh use a building for free. I mean, it's nice, right? Of course. And that's weird because I know people out there like, oh, well, good. They got it for free. What's the problem? Well, the problem is it influences. Well, it could potentially influence. It sounds like they're already influenced. It could potentially influence these government bids, which we hear so much about under this administration. Like I said, every other day, it's like, oh, the Packstar procurement was off. Oh, there's emergency. They're buying a boat-shaped conference table. Oh, you know what I mean? Oh, the emergency procurement to cut someone's grass? What? Huh? They even took the chief procurement officer out of the game and sent her down to the port for a hot minute. So there is definitely something with this administration and procurement in terms of fishiness. Yeah, that's what it is, man. And Senator Sabina Perez, she has other oversights, guys, like environment, rev and tax, labor. But it always seems to be circling back to this issue of procurement. And for the public auditor to come out, and he's kind of been coming out saying stuff lately. I mean, he always does, but lately I noticed he's been saying more. But for him to kind of come out and say, hey, you can't do that. You can't bid on GovGuam stuff. And then for the AG to come on and say, oh, that's not, it's weird to me. It's weird. Like, why would the AG, like, stay in your lane, dude? You know? I mean, but he's the chief legal officer for the governor of Guam, or the government of Guam. One of those. But yeah, so again, like I said, it's always coming back to the procurement. And we had procurement oversight hearings. They've had bills, laws to address, streamline, clean up the procurement process, which apparently is pretty dirty, according to the public auditor. So, yeah, he's going to come on. And then we're also getting our friend Roman de la Cruz, a fuck guy, to come on, and they're doing a slinging thing that's happening. I can't forget this. We're getting attorneys Tom Fisher, Rachel Taimotnyao Azuzu, and Jackie Terlahi to talk about these public health quarantine cases. Okay? which to me kind of take on a new light now that the reopening of the island has been delayed another 2 weeks.
We've got a lot of lawyers on the show today.
Yeah, right? Yeah, BJ's a lawyer too.
Yep, exactly.
So there was a comment we had here in our link comments this morning, and it was from Bev Tess J. Salas, who is one of our cherished commenters. She had written here. Hold
I was
on.
asking about the quarantine.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so, if I recall, the question was, is the quarantine upon entry to Guam, does that apply for Guam residents as well as visiting travelers?
Yeah, she writes, Jason or Chris, to bypass quarantine for travelers who are fully vaccinated, is this only for returning Guam residents or for all passengers? It's for nobody. Bev, it's for nobody. That's not even implemented yet. I know it's confusing because they beat it into our brains. They did. They said, if you guys go out there and you achieve the path to half, guess what? You're not going to have to quarantine anymore. We achieved the path to half, but we still have to quarantine.
Sabrina was super confused. Was she messaging
Yeah.
you too this weekend? She was like, so.
I mean, our people are confused because yet again, you say one thing and then you do another. But it's rapidly evolving. That's why, guys. Because of that one guy, and they called him out. The governor called the guy out, not by his name. We don't know who it is. But she was like, all it takes is one person to ruin everything. You ruiner. Shame on you. So, yeah, that's the process now, Bev. It's the same. That's exactly the same as it was before the path to half. I really was excited about this path to half. I thought that, this Monday we'd achieve it. It would be like, hey, there'd be a parade. But it's not happening. So
now the goal still is what did they call it?
Gun it to 100.
Okay,
80% is now the new herd immunity.
But what's the thing
For real, guys. That's what the governor needs to come out. She needs to be like, no, for real. Like for real.
No, what is the thing about getting it by
FR.
Liberation Day? Operation Liberation or
Liberate Guam.
Liberate Guam.
Yeah. So that's what we're aiming for, the herd immunity by liberation. It's May 3rd. Yeah, and so the president of GVB, former Governor Carl, will come on. We'll ask him, hey, what's the deal now? What does this mean? And what does it mean to open the island, too? We'll ask him that one. And then we'll maybe ask him about the permitting czar stuff. What's going on? When's he getting his Khabib hat? It's 8:08 now for Sabrina Salas-Mantanani, who is off island. Jason Salas with the news. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning, Guam. Thanks for watching on KUM TV8 or on Facebook. We hope you guys are staying safe. 5 positive cases of coronavirus have been reported hospitalized. 2 of them are at the Guam Memorial Hospital in Tamuning, 2 up here in Dededo at the Guam Regional Medical City, and 1 in Agana Heights at Naval Hospital. Meanwhile, 6 new cases were reported positive last night out of 117 samples. Our island community is approaching 8,000 reported cases in the last 14 months. 106 cases are currently in active isolation. And for the 4th day in a row, our island's COVID area risk score, the CAR score, is at 0.7. As of this past Saturday, more than 65,000 island residents, as Chris said, we have achieved the path to half, have been vaccinated against the virus. Now, just because we've achieved the path to half goal, the opportunities for you and your family to get your immunization shots continue. If you are a student and you are at least 16 years of age, you can get your COVID-19 shots from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. today at JFK High School in Upper Tuman. That will be the Pfizer vaccine administered to eligible and interested participants. Again, students 16 years and older, go to JFK from 9 to 3 to get your shot. Village-based COVID-19 vaccination clinics also take place today in Sinahanya, tomorrow at Mongmong Totomaiti, and Friday at the Talafofo Gym, all again from 9 to 3 or while supplies last. Only dose 1 and 2 of the Pfizer vaccine will be available, and the clinic will be limited to 300 doses total. However, you can also register now to get the vaccine at the ongoing UOG vaccination clinic at the Calvo Fieldhouse, Tuesday through Saturday. Just go to tinyurl.com/vaxguam. That's tinyurl.com/VAXguam, and you can book an appointment. They are doing that from 11 until 5:30. Well, up in Jigo today, there will also be food commodities distribution at the Northern Villages Gymnasium. via drive-through service for village constituents only that starts in about an hour and lasts until high noon or while supplies last. In all, 1,000 bags of commodities will be available for Jigo residents. First come, first serve. A limit of 3 households per vehicle will be serviced at the distributions, and please wear your face mask. You also need to bring a photo ID. $3 million in stimulus funding for our people were processed and sent out last week, so says Revenue and Taxation. Stimulus fund payments from April 10th through the 30th exceed $200 million, making up more than 76,300 payments. Well, for a look at what else is going on around the island today, let's go back to the newsroom, where Tyler Metanani is standing by with your morning Link update.
1 half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on The Link. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero has decided to push back the May 1st target date for lifting certain travel restrictions by 2 weeks. She says while Guam has achieved the path to half, with more than 50% of adults, or 64,000 vaccinated, a pair of recent clusters and an increase in infections is reason to pause.
This decision was based on science and medical advice, and we cannot rush our recovery only to undo all the progresses we have made. As we monitor the situation, our adjusted reopening plan is being vetted by the Department of Public Health and Social Services. We can announce that as part of our adjusted reopening plan, proof of vaccination will be a cornerstone of being able to avoid quarantine.
The governor says the new target date is May 15th, and she also remains confident of achieving herd immunity or 80% vaccination by July 21st. In the meantime, health officials will be working on new proposed travel protocols, which will include shortening quarantine times and a meaningful pathway to quarantine exemption for those who are fully vaccinated with FDA-approved vaccines. Public Health Medical Director Dr. Felix Cabrera.
Are very poor spreaders of COVID, even if they were to contract it, in the rare case that they were to contract it. And so that's one thing that's reassuring, and that we have that now. None of this process is 100% risk reduction, even the quarantine facility as it is. And as we test people and test them out, that process is not 100%, and neither is symptom monitoring. But the risk reduction is tremendous, and it's greater than 90%. And so there is going to be a little bit of risk there, and we exchange that for the liberties that come with it.
The governor will also be extending the public health emergency declaration till May 31st. A COVID-19 positive specimen has been sent off to the CDC to determine whether or not the India variant has arrived on Guam, along with medical professionals. KUAM's Adriana Cotero has the latest update on the case involving 2 fully vaccinated Guam Memorial Hospital doctors.
In collaboration with GMHA, we've identified 46 suspected contacts that have been screened. 7 were identified as having prolonged contact with the physicians. Out of this, 4 have already been tested and are negative. 11 staff members were also identified as contacts but are deemed as low risk.
Acting Chief Public Health Officer Chimamanda Mbakwe broke down these numbers this afternoon during the governor's press conference. As on April 17th, 2 fully vaccinated doctors arrived back on island after traveling to India, a COVID hotspot. Upon arrival, the essential workers had negative PCR tests and were cleared from quarantine. GMH administration confirmed both doctors returned to work helping patients, and that it wasn't until days later that they started experiencing symptoms. Over the weekend, the doctors were placed in isolation and retested, and just yesterday, the second PCR test returned positive. However, Mbakwe says the doctor's case is under control and contact tracing efforts are underway.
It's all in control. It's not so much to be worried about now until we get more information. The interesting thing about these exposures is looking at the time of testing and the period of infectivity, you try to balance it. So even if you identify those individuals and quarantine them, you're not going to test them right away in some situations, So you have to wait for a certain period.
Although one thing public health is working for further testing right away is the specimen. As according to Dr. Hoa Nguyen with the Governor's Physicians Advisory Group, a sample has been sent to the CDC.
I'm sure that it's not a type of variant, but again, they both fully recover and none of them need to be in the hospital or anything like that. It's very mild symptom.
There have been no positive cases reported that trace back to the physicians, and Dr. Nguyen wants to remind the community the importance of following the 3 W's, whether vaccinated or not.
There's 0 case come out of this incident that anyone turned positive except the 2 physicians. So that should prove to you that if you do your 3W, even if you have the virus, you really minimize the risk of passing on to anyone.
Case investigations are ongoing. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
COVID-19 induced shortfalls and the judiciary adapting to the circumstances. Framed Chief Justice Philip Carbolito's State of the Judiciary address. Friday morning, all branches of government entered the Guam legislature to hear how the judiciary plans to progress this year throughout the ongoing pandemic. KUAM's Adriana Cotero reports.
Close for business. Come back after COVID was never an option for us.
Chief Justice Philip Carbolito says this past year the judiciary of Guam did the best they could under the inevitable COVID-19 restrictions and limited resources.
We understand that the justice system does not operate in a vacuum. I felt the frustrations of patrons, litigants, and lawyers whose cases were not addressed because they did not fall into one of the categories of matters deemed essential or critical. I'm sure that the pretrial defendants who sat in jail because jury trials were suspended, or for the families who could not settle their estates because probate cases hung in limbo for months, hearing us say we are doing all we can, did little to lessen their frustrations.
In his State of the Judiciary address, Carbolito detailed how over the span of 411 days, our third branch of government made quick adjustments to ensure justice was preserved. Subsequently, the transition into a virtual world has created more accessibility. As Carbolito provided examples of how they have ushered a whole new era of court access that he says will remain long after the pandemic.
Importantly, clients can comply with court conditions and in some cases maintain their employment while still receiving the treatment necessary for their recovery or rehabilitation.
Carbolito presented hard data that was provided in the 2020 annual report in which case filings revealed family violence was the top charged criminal offense, and possession of a Schedule II controlled substance moved up significantly on the list of top offenses, with filings increasing by 50%. And he adds the court's future will only progress with more transparency and accessibility. But the reality is that some critical court functions cannot be done remotely, such as jury selection.
With the limitations of our courthouse to hold multiple jury trials under pandemic protocols, coupled with the staggering backlog of cases resulting from the temporary suspension of jury activity and the speedy trial time periods, we offered 4 proposed amendments to Guam law aimed at striking a balance between the rights of criminal defendants to a speedy and public trial and the capabilities of our justice system to carry out our mandates in a post-pandemic activity.
The proposals include permanently increasing the speedy trial time limits in criminal cases. Carbolito publicly pleading for the legislature and governor to support these proposals and providing more financial support.
What would your community look like if courts did not exist? Governor, senators, please remember this question when it is time for you to decide what you think the judiciary deserves in terms of funding.
The Chief Justice also announced the creation of an ethics academy for court employees. You can read Chief Justice's State of the Judiciary address in its entirety on KUAM.com. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
That's the news for now. We'll see y'all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
And finally this morning, and brought to you proudly by our friends at First Hawaiian Bank, here is Kim Concepcion with your Chamorro News Update.
Buenas tardes, tiga suntusia gifinut Chamorro ni KUAM News para lunes, dia 3 de maio de 2021. A decidi magahaga luliang grero pro diteninaza si para mababa islata para tourism. Debe ajude uma sociedade gidia unu gimazu em lugar para uma detenis tai 2 semanas na tempo mona. Elenya na mientras na acabar sa di programa Path to Have, do mas que 50% na daw, pa 64 mil man mabakuna hasta gislata, aji dos na grupo per cluster, ni masusedi sa ni kinahulo numero, ni maninefekta ni COVID-19, nahong rason para ta sustain na nayon na sa iplano. Elenya na este na desisyon sa jigon ni Academic Science, sa ninabiso ni medico siya sa tisina na tafang pinalalay hinimlota, persusutumos para tanalas tamay na bansa mona no bidata esta. Lenya man sini ha maanunsya nag-iipat ni paro maditeni na sa ibinaba ni isla ipreban man mabakuna esta sa fundamento ni paro mais kapazi kunarentina. Elenya gobyerno na nuevo na diniyang binaba para isla sa diakin sigimazu dasan mega kompensanya na sempi man matu itita gigi herd immunity para 80% na tao man mabakuna antes gidia 21 gi Hulyo. Mientras na oficial de salud siya sa mafatututsu nuevo na reglamentong bumueta no sumano gisan priman maribahay tampon kunarentina dyan mas adelantog isasalan niya muna ni para half of ang makarentina at siya man mabakuna esta ni amo na inapreba ni Food and Drugs Administration igobendo sa paro extendilo ki public health emergency esta ki dia 31 gimazu. Gimasa sunto, un empleo ni Port Authority of Guam sa maresta do Port Police sapod mangguguod beneno. Gidurante ni marikonosi pat random screening matsoda cosas genetical on drugs ikustat niya si ayaw to na faasula mali. Nirakatigata gitang kaniman mamumukat para halam gikagadaron ni Port. Mabuk pas masota empleo pod mangangat di beneno. A manager pa report si Rory Special asangan na adyo na empleo sa negatibo test niya pod beneno. Gitiap naman na puntati. Adyo na test sa sigon adyo na programa adyo na ahensya no a drug-free workplace. Mas talo artikulo, otro 10 milyon pesos na EIP na slapi sa mga process na manafanhuzong bago na semana sigon ni Department of Revenue and Taxation. Po todo mga pasihuzong desde dia 10 hasta dia 30 giarbid sa 227 milyon pesos na consistency 76,300 na inapasi. A Revenue and Taxation sa managway gizon niya website www.myguamtax.com at EIP3 lookup na portal. We sa sinong tungo estado dan mas informasyon po dizon mito EIP1, EIP2 at EIP3 na salapi. Gimas sa sunto, Geegaan gimapos na sablo managwan ni tinalaikan responsabli na seremonyo gibarigada Residence Complex. Adyo na tinalaika sa ginin State Command Sergeant Major Agnes Diaz estagwato as Command Sergeant Major Celso Leonen. State Command Sergeant Major sa mastat kilo na razan enlisted na tawtaw giguam National Guard. Gyuto mo, después de na dinitene gimapos na simana, mababa yung fin geegan Domingo at isagan sumotsu ni masentong upo di na chicken fingers i Micronesia mo. Erasing cane sa mas nuevo na sagan sumotsu ni makumbibid ay residente siya pero matsagin ang kanuniya gizon niya menu dagwi coleslaw, Texas toast, iced tea, lemonade, ni chicken fingers. Para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception.
Cesar Masi Kin and Cesar Masi to our friends at First Hawaiian Bank for sponsoring that segment. Well, we bring in a tried and true segment now here on the show. Our good buddy Landon Idlet is standing by. And Landon, things look really, really clear and sunshiny and great island weather right now. But is it going to be that way for the rest of the week?
Well, you're leading me on now. You're jumping right to the theme, and it's a beautiful morning out there. If you were up at like 1:30, 2 o'clock this morning, like I was, you probably saw some thunder and lightning out there. That's just a little quick burst of weather that just kind of pulsed through the area, mainly for Guam, but everywhere northwards of the Rota Channel, Rota, Tinian, Saipan. Starry, clear night overnight. We're going to see pretty fair conditions for the next several days, and then the weather starts to shift back into our area for the weekends. So I'm going to go right over to our animation right quick and show you what we're looking at. This is the infrared from overnight showing that little pulse of weather, and you can see the lightning kind of glitter up there right over the island. I had a couple of strikes near my place up in Dededo this morning. Fortunately, I was already awake. I woke up about a half hour before my 2:30 alarm and was able to watch the show. Farther north, Rotatine and Saipan, much clearer weather. And I'm going to shift over to the visible. This is what we're looking at right now. Well, it's froze right now, but once it cycles back in, there we go. Just a lot of low-level trade wind cumulus clouds out there. Not much to speak of. We're going to see this conditions at least for the next 2 to 3 days. Just spotty clouds and light showers from time to time, and then the showers will start coming in later this morning. So, Jason, cue up the slides right quick.
Yes, sir.
And I'll go over there, talk to the forecast. I have a studio audience right now, Boyd from Chuk, and also Chip
Boyd.
Bard, my predecessor. They're both sitting
Hey,
on my couch.
Chip, how's it
this
going,
morning.
Chip?
They can't hear you because I have you in my ears right now. But
Oh, well, please
we're gonna be
give both of
having a
them our
meeting
regards.
here.
Chip's a great guy.
They at KUM say hello. But yeah, as right now, the current headlines is not that bad up there this morning compared to where we were last week. Moderate risk of rip currents. The fire danger is high. That might take a little bit of a tumble after we had some showers this morning. We had about 3/4 of an inch of rain here at the office. Not everyone saw the action, but some of us did get some decent showers. Moderate drought conditions continue for Guam and the Sinai. For Micronesia, extreme drought continues for the northern Marshall Islands, severe drought for Kwajalein, and moderate drought for Kaping and Marangi. Next slide. The current conditions. It's warming up. East winds at 10 miles per hour with mostly sunny skies and a few light showers. Early morning thunderstorms, they are pushing out well to our west of Guam, and it's going to stay dry at least through today and the next several days. Current temperature 81 and climbing. Rainfall yesterday, 0.22 inches, and we're actually right on average for the month of May so far with 0.26 inches for the month. And since January, we are still below with 11.10 inches. The current drought situation, this is the latest as of last Friday morning. Moderate drought for Guam and the Sinai, and pretty much wet across the rest of Micronesia from Palau, Yap, Chuk, and Pohnpei, with the exceptions of Kaping and Marangi and the northern Marshall Islands. We'll see these conditions continue, but we could see some much needed showers, particularly for much of Micronesia, and then later for the Mariana Islands this weekend or early next week. So the next slide, I've been talking about the island effect convection. It doesn't look like we're going to be having these issues, at least this week. The winds will be up. We're going to have kind of a moderate to fresh trade wind breeze through much of the week, about 15 to 20 mile per hour winds. So again, with these island convective events, not everybody sees the action, and you see these showers and thunderstorms as develop near or over the island. But like a bad relationship, they break up around sunset and the showers dissipate and move off island. This week, the winds will keep that activity from developing. It's going to be just a classic dry trade wind pattern. So the next slide, the sea conditions, combined seas at 5 to 8 feet, and that's primarily composed of a trade wind swell. We're going to see that trend through the next several days with those moderate to fresh trade winds coming in from the east, east-northeast. That's going to keep the surf elevated at moderate risk of rip currents, primarily along the east and north-facing reef sets, areas like Inaraha and Telefiltro Bay, northward to Pago, Marble Cave, and then also up around Retidian Point. And so for the week ahead, well, may the 4th be with you. That will be our day tomorrow. But as I am more of a Trekkie, I'd have to say live long and prosper.
Ooh,
today, mostly
that's a holy war you're
isolated
getting
showers.
into there, man.
Yeah, beam me up, Scotty. Mostly sunny today with isolated showers, east winds at 15 to 20 miles per hour, combined seas 5 to 8 feet. East winds will be up at 15 to 20 knots over the waters. The surf, again, will be moderate risk of rip currents, 5 to 7 feet along the east and 3 to 5 feet along the north. Midweek, much of the same, partly cloudy with isolated showers. That dry trade wind pattern will continue through at least Wednesday into Thursday, but then we could see more showers Thursday, Friday, and Saturday with a disturbance bumping in from the southeast. We don't expect anything to come of it other than some showers and maybe an uptick in thunderstorms with the region. Much needed rainfall is all as well. Keep in mind, with the continued dry conditions and the winds being elevated, we could see fire weather watch issued in the coming days. The early morning rains did kind of help our outlook in the meantime, but the sustained dry conditions and the elevated winds that could keep our fire weather threats elevated at least through midweek. So that's all I've got for you today. I'll be heading to some meetings shortly.
Very good. Yeah, man. Sounds like you got an early start in your day, and like you're just go, go, go. No rest for the
it's pretty
NWS.
good when I have my alarm set for 2:30 and I wake up a half hour before the alarm. Hey, it's great.
Very cool. Hey, you can watch some infomercials. There's some good TV on at that time.
Oh my goodness, I have not watched TV in the middle of the night in probably 15 years. I only have Netflix, so
That's when
no
the best
cable for me.
infomercials are on. You can get really cool stuff like convection ovens for the low price of $19.99.
I'll watch weather on the 8s with the Weather Channel. They got the good music anyway.
There you go. Well, hey, happy may the 4th be with you. I know that's anathema
Yes.
coming from your side of the pool, but hey, a nerd is a
May
nerd.
the 4th be with you.
Yeah.
Live long
There
and
you
prosper.
go. Let the comments start. All right. Thanks so much, Landon. And we will return because former Governor Carl Gutierrez is standing by. He is now in charge of the GVB, and we're going to get his thoughts on what happened with tourism being delayed and a bunch more when the link continues right after this.
Are you ready to beam? Head to ITNE for a
We
new
got
way
your
to-
6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information
What are the
you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Hey, welcome back to the link. Proudly brought to you by ITNE, Cabo Enterprises, East West Rental, and our friends at Jack in the Box. Good morning. 8:33. Let's head into the Zoom room where we have the president and vice president of the Guam Visitors Bureau, former Governor Carl Gutierrez. He's joined by his second in command, Jerry Perez. Good morning.
Good morning, KUAM.
So I guess, Gov, we'll just get right into it. Of course, obviously, I know you know the governor announced last week that the reopening of the island has been delayed by 2 weeks. We did have a question, and I had a couple questions that Nestor sent over, Gov. But in your definition, what exactly constitutes the reopening of the island?
Well, of course, the change of protocol, and the governor did say that we do a path to have, but also that we as a people of Guam had our own protocols in place that must be adhered to. And Obviously, some of these things that didn't pan out as well in our own community, which was our responsibility. I know a lot of people tried to blame Sabaki Tower for the initiation of this outbreak, but from what I know, and I've visited there several times, Sabaki did the best protocol there was that put together here on this island. But it's not for the lack of protocol there. It's when those people go home and their individual responsibilities was not adhered to make sure that they do their job. And that's where the problem is. It's we are in the community that we must take responsibility for ourselves. And I know that the industry is kind of disappointed, but the community may not be disappointed. I think they want to be able to feel safe themselves. And I believe the governor did right by making sure that although we're going to be disappointed here at GVB and the visitors industry, she's got to be able to make sure that the community she serves is taken care of first. And now it's up to us to be able to say, let's take our own responsibility and let's get back on track. And I think we're going to do it. And reopening is when the governor says we're going to allow people to come in without quarantine, both visitors and residents alike, and that we must have certain things done before you come here. But if we continue to not feel comfortable that would be adhered to, I think it's prudent on the part of Governor Young Guerrero and Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio to halt this thing until we shake the community up enough to know that it's our responsibility and not just the people in the industry.
Gov, you said that some of the businesses might not be happy. What are you hearing from our tourism partners?
Disappointment. I didn't say unhappy, but maybe disappointed. But they themselves know that they're even overwhelmed with the 75% opening of the restaurants, for example. People are lining up in the streets. I mean, people are hungry to come out. And I think that's where maybe we became lax with it. But they're not necessarily angry because they know that it won't be sustainable if we open up too early without people really putting their own responsibilities frontline. So they're not angry because in their hearts and their minds, they know that disappointment, but it's up to us now to let's get back on track for May 15, as she pronounced. And I know that we're at 0.7 right now in our CAR score, and I hope we can bring that down. But it's so far this morning, another 6 out of 100 and some people. That's not too good. So we have to take charge and let's see what happens. But absolutely, the industry, although disappointed, knows the prudency of what the governor did.
I had a question from Nestor. Nestor Lecanto, of course, covers tourism for KUAM News. What are the best case and worst case scenarios for the recovery of Guam tourism, and which do you think is more likely?
Well, Jerry, you want to answer that?
What is the what? Best case?
Best and worst case for recovering Guam tourism, and which do you think is more likely?
Well, I think I'd rather address the more likely thing because if we stay on course, I know there's been a little bit of disappointment and a setback on the COVID situation, but we're still fundamentally in the right direction, and so we believe that the likely scenario would be by end of the third quarter and the fourth quarter this fiscal year, we would see arrivals coming. Keep in mind that Korea at the moment is on a trajectory to really improve their situation, and they're doing some internal policies that would allow no quarantine on returning from their vacation. So we believe best case or more likely case is that by the fourth quarter this fiscal year, we'll start seeing arrivals. Having said that, there's also another area that we're exploring, and we need to discuss this with public health and the governor. But there is really the opportunity for us to play a role in vaccinating U.S. citizens in the region. Right. There's over 200,000 U.S. citizens in Korea, Taiwan, and Japan. And these people are really lagging behind in getting vaccinated. If there's a way that we can package an air hotel package for them to come to Guam, be vaccinated here, stay a couple of weeks. That would help us with, that would serve as a primer in basically rekindling our tourism industry, which, as you know, has been atrophied because of the more than a year in no activity.
So in 2 weeks from now, what are we going to do, Gov? Let's say that the positives kind of wash out, right? They do all the contact tracing. We end up not being as bad as we thought it was going to be. What's going to happen on that day?
Yeah, it's just a wait and see game, because this is not strictly under the control of Guam, the Guam Visitors Bureau, but this is also dependent on what the source countries do, and that's Taiwan, Korea, and Japan. Now, Korea has been, like Jerry said, they're the first and foremost out there getting ready to travel. I think they have 6 or 7 different vaccines accepted there in Korea. Japan hasn't accepted AstraZeneca yet, and Taiwan is not moving forward as fast as Korea in vaccination. So it all comes up from what they do in that country and whether they release their citizens to start flying out and then fly back without quarantine. So it's not necessarily under our control, but we are also continuing to speak with the source countries and trying to get them on board so that our protocols match, so that when people come here with their PCR test, if it's not, and what do they expect them to get on their way back? And that's what GEB has been trying to do to facilitate the easy access back to their countries without having for them to go into quarantine. Because as of right now, that's not assured, and they're not going to travel here if they're going to be quarantined back at home. So the governor's waiting. It's not really a setback, because, as you said, the tourists are not going to be flying in like was last on May 1st. It's going to be trying to put the schedules of the aircrafts and the airlines so that they can do it. But that's not all dependent on Guam only. It depends on their country too, and so it's a wait and see. But Korea is really, and Taiwan especially, is on our radar.
Can we go back to that vaccinating the American expats in the region? Where would they normally be getting the vaccine now?
They are. I don't know where they're getting it. I don't know whether the countries that they're living in, Japan, Philippines, Taiwan, and even the Philippines, Korea. We don't know if they're allowed, let's say, to get the vaccinations from there. Certainly they can when they go into the private clinics. But with us here in Guam, it's the availability of the vaccine for other than our residents. And that hasn't come to fruition yet, because we are limited to what we have here for our population. So hopefully in the next few days, when President Biden lets loose more of the vaccines, like say to India, and certainly they can increase our vaccinations here also to take care of the dual citizens, for example, in the Philippines. Some of them have been flying here, and when they can get their necessary PCR test 72 hours before they board the Philippine Airlines or United, get here, get their shots, and they can quarantine. And that's one of the ways that we can also at GVB maximize the stay of people coming here, for example, for more than 3 days or 4 days, maybe 28 days, so they can get both shots of vaccination. And so that's what we're really hoping. But the availability of the vaccine themselves to the general public outside of the citizens of Guam, the residents of Guam, is the key. And we haven't gotten that let loose yet.
We've been having inquiries on this, Chris, for several weeks now, actually more than a couple of months. But the priority had always been to scale up local vaccinations. And so we haven't really pursued this opportunity as much because of that. But now that we've reached more than 50% and continuing to grow, I think we should explore basically what Alaska is doing. Alaska basically, that's part of the deal. You come to Alaska, you can get vaccinated, and you can vacation here. Well, we want to kind of do the same thing, only we've got a captive market in, say, Japan and Korea and Taiwan, where U.S. citizens are still a part of the community there. Japan is still less than 5% vaccinated.
Yeah.
Korea is about 5% and growing, and Taiwan maybe just a couple percent. So the opportunity to get vaccinated on Guam by U.S. citizens presents us with that kind of opportunity.
I just had a story sent to me. Wealthy Latin Americans travel to the United States to get COVID vaccines. I guess because of inequalities in their own countries. Well, like Peru, for example, only 2% of people have been vaccinated. But guys, what kind of money is this? Are we talking here? Like, do we know? Because it's obviously a totally new market. But what would like maybe the per day spend be? And do we want to do the 2 shots so then they get stuck here and they have to stay and spend money for the whole course of the vaccination from first shot to second shot? Or are we looking to like 1 shot Johnson & Johnson these people?
Well, it varies, Chris. So really the challenge here is for the travel industry people, the travel agents, the airlines and so forth, to put together a package that would be probably at least 2 weeks in length and maybe more. But it's putting together a menu of products that we could sell. Right now, we can't do that because we need some approval from, the proper authorities for us to pursue this opportunity.
Okay. What else in the meantime? I wanted to ask you about the permitting czar, Governor. What's going on with that? Are you still the permitting czar?
Actually, Jerry's going to start our managers meeting.
Okay.
But, generally, what we have been doing over the last month and a half is gathering all the various, constraints that's been kind of skewing this whole process of getting a permit or license. And we have come to realize that there are so many laws put in place over the last 5 decades that keep piling up one over the other, that they become incongruent. And not only, even if they are congruent, different agencies read it differently. So we have put together a PowerPoint a week and a half ago, and the industry people came in, people that can look at it, people from Parks and Recreation, SHPO, and I don't think they're going to argue that there is, in fact, something wrong with the where the laws are. So we're putting together a sort of an omnibus bill with all the various laws that have been put in place over the last 50 years, and have it into one reading so that there cannot be a mistake on what the responsibilities are of the various departments and how to read their own guidelines. And that all of them agree that hopefully when I send this to Governor Lulian Guerrero, that she would sponsor it and send it to the legislature. And once and for all, we'll have one clean law that governs licensing and permitting, so that the people that come in here to invest are not given a bush cutter to bushwhack their way to finding out what departments to go to or which one first. There's not anything like that make them pick and choose. So it's getting there. And so far, there's a lot of good movement at Department of Parks and Recreation. Our director, Rocky Alcantara, has been taking charge. Patrick Lujan is back and taking charge, and that he is not going to allow one person in this entire community to go against the Organic Act of Guam that says you cannot be denied the use of your property. And some of these people are being denied because of the lengthy time it takes for them to move through the process. So we are working from the Organic Act first, that gives you your Bill of Rights on your property, and then working down from there, that people are not going to now say and conflate the word developer and property owner. We are making sure that property owner all the time is what comes in first. And there are some people in the past that were called developers, and helter-skelter, they go in and just try to make their quick bucks. And that's where all these laws came from, to protect the people of Guam from this unscrupulous developers. Well, in the meantime, they kind of forgot about the property owner. And so we're going to make sure that it's the people property owned first is always in consideration, because that's what the Organic Act says. And we start from there. We start from the Organic Act, go down with the different laws, and put it all in one place so that we can have one reading of all the laws, and that people who want to come do business here. And Miss Daphne Shimizu at Reverend Tax has put together the other group to digitize, and that we can finally get to the 21st century before it goes out.
Right. Gov, man, last question here Nestor wanted me to ask, because we didn't get to talk to you since the passing of former Speaker Joe T., your longtime colleague. Is there any anecdotes, stories, just thoughts that you want to share with us about the late Speaker?
Well, first of all, Joe T. and I are second cousins. Our grandparents are brothers and sisters. Joe T. was my first employer, 1965, December 7th. I'll never forget. He came to Guam outside of the Air Force, 5 years service, and he hired me. And from there, he and I, as relatives go, he was very strict, but very, very fair. And as we moved forward to digitize government of Guam, he hired me as a programmer on computers and computerization. And thus, where I came from as the father of mechanization of the government of Guam since 1965 until I left, we are now computerized. That's from Joe. But Joe is really, really funny that way because, as a graduate of George Washington University, and he's got his numbers in his head, like it was like second nature to him. When I became governor in 1995, BRAC 93 and 95 really hit us hard. I couldn't find a better person to come in and get the BRAC recovery group. And it was Joe San Agustin that I assigned that task. And we maximized, we made lemonade out of the lemons given to us by the U.S. Navy and the federal government. And Joe, when he decided to kind of semi-retire, well, I was one of the ones that he came up to back in when I was leaving, when I was wanting to do Ways and Means. He had Ways and Means. I asked him, let's trade. You become Speaker, and I'll become Ways and Means. And so just like that, we trusted each other, and we became that duo in the legislature for 3 terms and moved Guam forward into reducing, for example, the unfunded liability of the retirement fund. That was Joe and I doing that. We reduced $300 million in a matter of 3 years, the unfunded liability. Joe, again, felt that his task as Speaker of the legislature is more pronounced because everywhere you see him, you call him Speaker. He had a mark on this island, and he was the vanguard back in the late 50s, early 60s when he came out of school and joined the government of Guam. He was like the grandfather of the Department of Administration, setting it together as what it is today.
Thank you for that, Gov. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. We'll see you. Former Governor Carl Gutierrez, the president of GVB. Like he said, wait and see. That's kind of the approach. As there's so many moving parts, right? It doesn't just depend on us saying, hey, everybody, we're open. And we just sass ourselves and invite everyone in. No. It also depends on what they're doing. For example, if these tourists want to travel to Guam, they don't want to be stuck in a quarantine in their country when they go back. So there's a lot of wait and see stuff going on. Because, they asked the governor, hey, when you do reopen the island on whatever date it's going to be, whether it's 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, or tomorrow, what does that mean? Does it mean a bunch of tourists are coming to the island that day? She said, no, it doesn't. So it's going to be a slow grind. All right. Jerry Peretz himself said third, fourth quarter of this year, maybe. There you go. So, Gov, thank you so much for your time.
Say something?
Yes, please.
Can I just say something before I go?
Yes.
The love of my life, my little granddaughter, Emilia Chance, always watching me, probably watching me now. I want to say hello to her. She knows I'm at GVB. Hi, Emmy. Thank you. Good morning.
Grandpa. Okay. Dr. Carl says good morning.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll see you. There you go. 8:53 coming back, guys. Like I said earlier, we have about 30% of the Guam bar in studio. We got Attorney Tom Fisher, Attorney Jackie Terlahi, Attorney Rachel Taimanio Zuzu, all coming in here. Your quarantine counselors, all right? On the way. We'll talk quarantine at 8:54. That's next on The Link.
Catch the KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
I was tired of my lady. We've been together too long. Like the one I recorded of her favorite song. So while she lay there sleeping, I read the paper in bed. And in the personals column, I saw a letter that read, if you like pina coladas, getting caught in the rain. If you're not into yoga, and if you have half a brain. If you like making love at midnight, in the dunes of the Cape, I'm the love that you look for. Write to me and escape. By my lady, I know that sounds kind of mean, but me and my own lady have fallen into the same old routine. So I wrote to the paper to guide her personal dad. Though I'm nobody's poet, I thought it wasn't half bad. Yes, I like pina coladas and getting caught in the rain. Getting caught in the rain. But I'm not much into health food. I am into champagne. I got to meet you by tomorrow noon to cut through all this red tape at a bar called O'Malley's, where we'll plan our escape. So I waited with high hopes, and then she walked in the place. I knew her smiling in this dance. I knew the curve of her.
All right, we're back. 8:58. Good morning. Brought to you by Cabo Enterprises, East West Rental, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. It's the Link. Good morning, KUAM TV. It's 8:59. KUAM FM, Agani Guam. Morning. Good. Let's head into the Zoom room where we have the three musketeers of quarantine counsel. Attorney Tom Fisher, Attorney Rachel Taimani Azuzu, and Attorney Jackie Terlahi. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chris.
This is kind of sounding like
Chris.
good morning. This is kind of sounding like the beginning of a lawyer. So 3 lawyers walk into a Zoom room, and Well, we had a story that had come out as Superior Court of Guam Judge Elise Iriarte shot down Public Health's motion to reconsider her decision to award attorney's fees to several individuals who were forced into government quarantine last year. As a result, the judge awarded attorney's fees to those individuals while holding off a decision on others. In a recent decision, the judge also criticized Public Health for failing to inform these individuals of their legal rights before being forced into government quarantine. Not only did Public Health not inform them of their rights, but they also did not provide them with legal counsel despite being ordered by the court to do so. Here, and this is the judge's order, here Public Health demonstrated a pattern disregarding its obligations to provide counsel and then disobeying and obstructing the court's orders, which afforded that same right. Judge Iriarte also noted the fact that even 14 months into the pandemic, Public Health has not made any effort to develop a public health emergency plan that would implement a mechanism for the appointment of counsel at the government's expense. So that was you guys.
Yeah, I think that both Jackie and Rachel would agree. We've all been in, you add it all up, I'm sure we've had 80 years of experience practicing law on Guam.
Yeah.
That's the first time I've ever seen a decision holding that the government was obstructing justice. I'll pass the ball to Jackie and Rachel. I've never seen that before. That is a remarkable thing for the court to hold. I'm sure that's got the attention of the people over at the Attorney General's office.
Yes, I would agree with Tom. I've been practicing here. Okay, I won't say how long, right? How about Tom? I've been practicing here for over 20 years, and I don't recall any case where the court has said the government has not only been obstructive, but that they clearly and intentionally disobeyed a direct order from the court. And then on top of that, they also basically created the circumstance so that people were left in a quarantine without being able to understand what their legal rights are. Kind of a horrible situation, at least the way the court describes it, and what we experienced, because we were the ones who were sitting through the trial. And this is right on. I mean, this is the way that we saw exactly what was happening in the quarantine process.
I'm going to have to agree with my co-counsels here. And I would say also that I've never seen, in my experience, I think between the three of us, I'm the most junior of these two esteemed attorneys that are with us here this morning. But in my decade long of practice, I've not seen a decision like this as well. It's not to say that the government has not acted similarly in other cases, but to have the decision actually outline the behavior of the government through the Attorney General's office, to me, it's telling. And I think I can speak for my clients when I say that they feel now, almost a year later, that justice is being realized, that their freedoms were infringed upon, and basically they had to silently suffer for days. At some point, there was a 14-day mandatory quarantine in these facilities, and they were silent in that it was not going before the court. But I do want to take the moment right now to thank the media and KUAM. I want to really kind of give credit where credit is due here, because the decision actually states that the case of Robert Shaw was the first kind of case that came before the court after the Philippines petition back in April of 2020. And that was brought on by Attorney Fisher, and only brought to our attention because of the media coverage on Mr. Shaw's family crisis and emergency and the purpose.
He was coming back for a funeral, right?
Yeah.
Coming back for a funeral. And man, that just pains me because like I understand the role of quarantine, and given the number of cases that we caught in the quarantine, I think it has served as and I'm sure you guys might disagree, but I mean, it's been a tool, right? That's probably stopped the spread of COVID, but that doesn't mean that you get to just do it any way you want, right? And I think that this decision for really, because back when this was happening, just to give you guys context, everybody was saying that legally it was off, that it didn't pass the smell test, that, you know, these people's rights were being violated. But at the time, we were all staying home, freaking out, scared. And so people kind of thought like, oh, well, the government's just doing what they have to do. But to see that it didn't hold up in the courts, to me, just what makes me think about all the other things that have been done during this pandemic that, given the scrutiny or their day in court, will also not hold up.
Well, Chris, I guess there's a couple things I'd like to add. Rachel really kind of brought home what this is really about, and that is the rights of the people of Guam. This decision didn't just say, well, you know, the government was dragging their feet. This decision cited and noted that the government was actively working against the liberty interests of the people. I mean, that is that's absolutely fundamental. And then you made an observation, which is very true, that, you know, we were all in a sense locked down, and some still are. But, you know, there's that old aphorism that, you know, if you're going to, you know, somebody who will sacrifice liberty for safety deserves neither. This was an incident in which the Attorney General of Guam, in receipt of a judge's order, defied it and actually obstructed the execution of the order. You know, maybe this is a little bit inside baseball, but for lawyers, that is absolutely stunning. You know, when we all came into the bar, we promised to uphold the Constitution of the United States as well as the Organic Act of Guam. And these folks come marching in and decide that they are not going to respect the Constitution, and they're not going to respect the judiciary. It really is a, you know, from a lawyer's perspective, this is a stunning decision.
Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, it's egregious, right? I mean, that's one of the main things you guys aren't supposed to do is obstruct justice. But what's the remedy, really? I mean, like I said, the government is pretty much, I mean, I feel like, we did what we had to do, and if it was against the law, then, you know, oh, well, you're welcome for saving your life. Right? I mean, so what is going to happen other than this very sternly written decision and order? What's the consequence for the Attorney General's office?
Well, I guess I'll field that unless, you know, Rachel and Jackie, please do jump in. The consequence for the Attorney General's office is they need to straighten up and fly right. It's just, again, you know, I hate to keep running out of adjectives, I guess, but it is just stunning that this happened. We have a right to expect that it will never happen again. I'll tell you what, that's a remedy. And if it does, you know, there are consequences. You know, the courts obviously have contempt powers and so forth and so on, but we also have a right to expect that the Attorney General of Guam is going to do what he or she can to effectuate the laws and do it faithfully and honestly in the interests of the people.
So let's just kind of go back to the beginning, right? Layman's terms, people coming into Guam, and you know the process. Look, my mom was in the quarantine. You come to the airport, they give you a bunch of papers. My mother is not a lawyer. She already knew she's got to go in. And that's just kind of like the reality that I told her was like, yeah, you got to go in. That's it. That's what happens. I mean, we didn't get a lawyer. We didn't do anything. So my mom, you know, was stuck in the quarantine for 6 days until she tested out. What about everyone else who goes in? Like, what? Yeah, go ahead, Jackie.
I was going to say, but that wasn't what was happening is the problem. Yeah. And that was the reason why these lawsuits were required, was because people were going to the airport. Travelers were entering into the airport. The court had ordered public health to provide notice to the passengers of their legal rights. And for whatever reason, public health decided that they were not going to tell people about what their rights were. So only if someone knew their rights, right? So it was a chicken before the egg problem. A traveler shows up and says, I object to quarantine. I do not consent. that was when the government gave him, oh, here's notice of your legal rights. But if someone shows up and says, am I required to quarantine? And public health basically responded in the affirmative. Yes, you have to quarantine. No notification of rights. And so that created a tremendous problem, and which is what resulted in kind of many of these different cases, and many in the cases where the court held that public health had in fact violated those passengers' rights, because it's not up to the passenger to object or to know their rights. The whole point was to ensure that people in fact knew what their rights were. And that's what's the most important part of this case, is the fact that people started to understand that they did have a right to say, I am not going to go to this hotel for quarantine. I have medical conditions. I shouldn't be compelled to stay in a hotel room for a 10-day period or 7-day period, right? And your question, I think, was really important. You know, I know instinctively, most people understand that lawyers have obligations, that we expect our lawyers to be at this high standard of practice, of moral responsibility, of social responsibility. And I think all of us, after reading this decision, first of all of us were very concerned, okay? Let's not mince words. All the way when we started this case, we already had concerns about what was happening at the public health level. The clients were clamoring to find out, why is the government acting in this particular way? And so we pursued the cases in this manner, and all of our clients are through the roof with joy at this point, because all of their positions have been essentially, you know, what's the word? Vindicated. They've all been vindicated because they said our rights were not respected, and now the court has confirmed, in fact, that their rights were not respected. So what will we see from the Attorney General? I don't know. I expect to see some action out of the Attorney General's office. My concern is what happened in this case didn't just involve one attorney. It involved junior attorneys. And so I would hope that there would be some form of correction of the circumstance. But that's not up to me. That's up to a different higher authority.
Yeah. What happened? Because I remember early on, like at March, April kind of time frame, when Linda DeNorsi was running public health, we would have interviews with her, and she would be like, "Oh, I got to go run to court because, I mean, I don't even remember really." But was public health at any point adhering to what was legally required?
I guess I'll take this one. When I refer to the April petition, I believe that was the action that Ms. DeNorsi was probably referring to. What the court said, and what all the attorneys in these cases knew, was the government at one point in time tried to comply. Not tried to, they did. They did in that they understood what their legal responsibility was, and they filed a petition for the quarantine. I believe it was in regards to a Philippine flight that came in April. And the court had said in our consolidated cases that, you know, government, you guys knew the law. You did at one point initially fulfill your obligation in coming before the court. And then after that, it was basically silence on their part. And then you're going to have to, you know, I would like to talk about what actually happened after that petition. The government met passengers at the airport and started herding them into single file lines, essentially, supervised by police officers, by airport police, and without mention or explanation of where these clients were going, basically shuttled them to a government facility and told them that they could not leave under penalty of criminal action against them. And so, of course, at that point, by the time we got into the quarantine matters with Robert Shaw and Jean Egros and Attorney Terlahi's clients, there were thousands of people that were treated in this manner, thousands. And that, I think, was the most shocking for me as an attorney coming in, just seeing how basic and how very straightforward the rules were, the law was on what the government should do. In this case, the court said, oh, you need to put together this public health plan. And you knew that because it was a part of the law, as well as the court's reference to it, and as well as the basis of some of our petitions was, look, they didn't even fulfill the most basic requirement to put in place a procedure. And the court made special note of the fact that 14 months has passed. 14 months has passed, and still the government, for whatever reason, has not complied with their most legal obligation in responding to a pandemic such as the coronavirus, which is put together this public health plan so we know what the procedures are to give notice and to appoint counsel. I think that was I was very, very happy to see that in decision and order.
Man, you guys are really Tom. You're taking me back to what.
There's another.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to follow up on what Rachel was saying. What they had also done, the court appointed the Public Defender Service Corporation to represent all these people because there were so many people who are affected by this. And they essentially said that the public defenders is supposed to be up there at the airport as they arrive and do what they can to inform these people. But the Attorney General's office and Department of Public Health actually came forward and obstructed, again, the public defender's ability to contact their clients. The Department of Public Health and the Attorney General's office would not turn over the names to the Public Defenders Corporation to represent their own clients. So it's not just a matter of they weren't doing their job or they're just lazy. They actually stood in the way. And that's inexplicable. That's the kind of thing that lawyers wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning with breaking out in sweat when they find out that, oh my gosh, maybe I did something that was extraordinarily unethical. I've obstructed the ability of a lawyer to talk to his client. That's, I think both Jackie and Rachel would agree that is, well, I've said it before, but that is a stunning result. It's a stunning event.
Yeah, yet here we are. It's still happening.
We are.
Man, so going back to what you were saying that there were thousands of people affected by this, and I know that, man, unfortunately, Robert Shaw wasn't even the first person that we interviewed on this show about these quarantine issues. Man, we interviewed a woman who came here because her mother was on her deathbed. They wouldn't let her out to see her mother. Her mother died while she was in quarantine. And that's not even the only story like that. There's others where people were coming back and public health's hardship exemption process was just so convoluted, confusing. I don't know, maybe it was on purpose that it was like that. Where you had people who were rotting in quarantine who couldn't go say goodbye to loved ones, couldn't go to a funeral, but you had, cabinet member X just waltzing right out of the airport, So it's definitely been inconsistent. But, I mean, at the end of the day, right, isn't the Attorney General, aren't they just going to say, we just had to do what we had to do? And, is there these similar cases going on in other jurisdictions? Because I know that Guam is one of the few that actually has quarantine, right?
Oh, I guess I'll speak.
Jackie's like, go ahead, Rach. You're young. You go for it, Rach.
Yeah. Well, we would hope, the most responsible thing to do would be to look at this decision and say, okay, one of the things that we can do as the government and, the Attorney General's office, it's one thing. I want to make a distinction here between my representation of a private client and the Attorney General's office and their representation of a government entity. Really, the Attorney General's office is there for the benefit of all the people of Guam. And the most basic thing that it can do is to ensure that the people of Guam and their rights are being safeguarded. And I understand that the pandemic brought on several very new and never before seen issues. But it's been more than a year. It's been more than a year. This most basic thing like a public health emergency plan that outlines the legal requirements of notice and the ability, the access to an attorney and the ability and access to go before the court to bring their individual petitions. These are not things that are privileges. These are rights of the people of Guam to be able to do so upon their entry. And I would hope that the Attorney General's office is advising their client, their government client, to comply. I mean, I say hope because it's been our experience in the more than for some of us 10 months of being in these quarantine type cases, that in our experience that that's not usually what happens after the court issues an order. It's not compliance. We've actually had to come back into court several times on different petitions or even the same petition, like in EGROS, to say, hey, look, Judge, they're still not doing what the court ordered them to do. And so this is why I think that the private bar in these matters were so crucial in changing the way things were being done. Now, I don't know, we'll see, Chris, because again, like the CDC recommendation is not to quarantine.
Yeah, I want to ask
vaccinated.
about that. We had a comment here from Jay. Let's get to the point with the decision made by the court to release residents in quarantine going forward. Is it unconstitutional to quarantine people, and should quarantine be abolished in your legal opinion?
Well, the question is it unconstitutional for a governor to put a person in the instance of a public health emergency to put them in quarantine? That question, the best way to characterize it is that is unsettled. The Attorney General's been relying on a 110-year-old opinion. I think what's Jacobson versus Massachusetts, I think is the name of it, that came out of the United States Supreme Court. It basically says the governor can do under these circumstances, can do whatever he or she wants, and then we'll just sort it out later. There is substantial body of law now that is not the case. You don't sacrifice all of your constitutional rights in the face of a public health emergency. I would characterize it, because I've looked at this issue, and I know that Jackie has, and Rachel have, on a number of different cases, and it's not. I don't believe that it is settled. I have a personal opinion about it.
I'm sure you do.
I understand an emergent situation. We all do. I am not willing to sacrifice the rights in the Organic Act, even in this sort of situation. I think there are other ways to thread this needle, and because that's just an opinion. I'd ask what Jackie and Rachel think.
Yeah, you know what, Chris? Am I glad that Tom, Rachel, and I, and you and Jason are all COVID-free? Yes, I am. But do I believe that the government should have unfettered right to lock any of us up in the event that one of us gets COVID? No, I don't believe that the government has unfettered control. And this is not a novel legal opinion that just the three of us came up together in a room and decided that we were going to challenge, okay? Yeah. Even as recent as the last month, I think our United States Supreme Court said that California cannot apply rules differently to different bodies. Just recently, they struck down a California law that prohibited people from gathering in their homes to pray with more than 3 households. But California allowed 5, 10, 20 different households to gather in a restaurant. So this is what we mean by kind of unfettered control, right? Is they shouldn't have that type of unfettered control. To create an environment that's safe for our people of Guam, I think we all agree with that. But there has to be a balancing. And whose job is it to do the balancing? It's the entire legal system. We work together. And that's what we hope to see, is that there is a kind of this working mentality where the legislature is doing their job, the judiciary is doing their job, the lawyers are doing their job, right? And we're all hoping that we're working together. Well, the bottom line is that it's very clear from this decision that there was one party who was not working with us. And it was public health in this instance. And, in the short time that we've got as well, Chris, I want to put a shout out to the Public Defender's Office. John Morrison and Brian Engelston are the ones who have taken up where we've left off, and they've taken over. So they are also arguing a case before the Supreme Court involving the quarantine cases. I understand it's supposed to be sometime this week. But they're doing a phenomenal job in trying to follow through with what the cases we began this whole time period with. So just a shout out to them that they're doing a fantastic job. It's not just the role of the attorney to protect the rights of people. It's the role of the entire legal system to ensure that we're doing right by people.
Okay, can I trick you guys into giving free legal advice now? Let's say that you're fully vaccinated, you're coming back into Guam. CDC guidance says you shouldn't have to quarantine. Governor Liu says, I don't care what the CDC guidance says, you're going in. What can people who are coming back to Guam fully vaccinated, or even not, what do they say? What do they do when they get to the airport?
Can I take this time?
Yeah, Rach.
Yeah, I actually represented a client recently who posed this issue. He was vaccinated coming in from Hawaii. It never got to the courthouse because we were able to get his exemption and waiver, but that should not be the case. That should not be, in my personal opinion, that should not be the position that the government takes, is we're going to pick and choose which CDC guidelines to follow, which has been the government's position all throughout these quarantine matters, is, well, without any real justification as to why certain guidelines are adopted, why certain CDC guidelines are adopted and why certain ones are not. But I can tell you that the Public Health Authority is not adopting that provision of the CDC guideline, at least as recent as, I want to say, 2 or 3 weeks ago, right, when the guideline was issued. So based on my personal experience with public health, they have not adopted that guideline and they don't intend to do so. But who knows, maybe they've changed their tune since then.
I don't think they have. But, it's interesting because they were promising us that if we were good boys and girls and we went out and we got our little vaccine shots, and then Auntie Lou is going to get a medal and a sticker if we got the pat the half, and then residents would not have to quarantine. Well, we held up our end of the bargain. We were good little boys and girls. We went and we got the needles in our arms and we did it. We got the pat the half, but a day, the quarantine's still in place for at least the next couple weeks. So I know people who were planning to come back who were banking on this after May 1st because they wanted to come for the summer or whatever. They wanted to go see family. Now they're on their way and they're going to they might get stuck, right? So, it's pretty frustrating, I think, for people.
Yes, indeed. It's extremely frustrating. And, I joined Jackie and Rachel, hats off to the Public Defender Service Corporation. And of course, up at Adelup, there's not really a clear answer. Of course there's not. But one thing we can say is we need to take the least restrictive actions possible. We shouldn't be, sweeping the streets for people just to throw them in, government quarantine. It's possible. If it is possible, which clearly it is, for somebody to quarantine at home, that's been a successful program. Well, let them go home. let's not put them in a jail for 14 days. And that's particularly true, I think, when the Centers for Disease Control is saying it's not necessary. Why are we having this continual, ongoing, rolling public health emergency that people are, using to exercise powers that they never had before?
All right. Well, it's been great, guys. Good talk. Jackie, anything in closing? You kind of been looking like you want to say something, but you don't want to say something, because I want you to say something.
No, Chris, it's really important. This particular month is Law Month, essentially. We just had a proclamation at the governor's, with the governor's office over Law Month and the importance of the rule of law. And so, in this time, during this particular period, we get this decision out that says the government didn't follow the rule of law in this instance. And this only highlights the importance of people being involved, people speaking up. Because like my EK family, if you remember them, there was a husband and a wife and their 5 children traveling to Guam. The mother passes away, and then the father dies as well. And in the meantime, this entire EK family was being locked up in a hotel, and leaving the mother who had traveled ahead of them, right? The mom, the wife, right? Raquel was her name, leaving her alone to deal with the death of both her mother and her father, and not having the comfort of her husband and her children in the worst moment of her life, essentially. In fact, I don't know if I said this when she was interviewed, but the same thing happened to her when she was just a little girl. She lost her biological mother and father to a car accident. Her mother and father died a week apart. And then 40 years later, she comes back to Guam and her mother and father die a week apart. So, the circumstances of people are so important. And this is why we say you cannot just make a rule that applies 100% across the board. And the law doesn't even do that. We don't have laws that really you can apply to every specific circumstance, except due process. Due process is critical. Without due process, we would not be the kind of country that we so profess our pride in. So that's what I'm saying. As the president of the Guam Bar Association, I am celebrating Law Month today.
Wow, man! So the AG is going to get a frowny face for obstructing justice during Law Month. You don't get a gold star.
Say, Chris, one more thing. Can I add one more thing?
Yes.
Is when Egros' decision first came out, it came out on Constitution Day. So the fact that this decision comes out on right before Law Day, and I think, at least as an attorney, that really gives me all the warm feels inside.
That's how you guys get your feels. Okay.
Let's not go there, Chris.
I know. I'm just saying. Okay. Well, thank you guys. Yeah, I know, right? Well, no pun intended, but it's been good holding court with you guys.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for
the opportunity.
Of course. Jackie, remember that thing I called you about? Call me back.
I know.
Okay.
We have another great idea too.
Okay.
I don't know if you've heard, but we've got all these great programs going on. We're doing a Special Olympics next weekend. We've got this Manumpu program going on.
Good, right.
Really, we've got some really great programs for the community going at this time.
Designate your
So I will be in
Tintago.
touch.
Yeah, designate your Tintago to come on and tell us about it. Okay, we'll see
All
you.
right,
There you
I'll
go.
do that for sure.
That's that was great. We got to take a really quick break, and we're getting another, not just a lawyer, but a judge.
Chief Justice.
Yeah, a former Chief Justice, who's now wearing the public auditor hat. VJ Cruz is coming up next. And then we're going in with Rome. There's a whole big sling thing that's going on for the next little bit, and he'll share info with that from that with us here on the link. Good morning.
KUAM Communications and Denny's Guam presents Mamapreneurs, a special multi-platform series throughout the month of May showcasing mothers who are also local entrepreneurs in our community. In commemoration of Mother's Day, during weekdays in May, we'll feature daily profiles of these multitasking mamas and their businesses. Additionally, on KUAM News Primetime every Monday in May, we'll showcase a different enterprising mamapreneur. Check out our online directory of all these businesses as well on KUAM.com. And if you know a mamapreneur we should feature, send us a message on social media or email executiveproducer@KUAM.com. Mamapreneurs is brought to you by Denny's. Guam's Diner is always open.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
And I got down on my knees. Girl, I get so tired from running all the time. Girl, I get so tired mixing lyrics with rhyme. Girl, I get so tired.
56 Hope, right here on the link. Good morning.
I'm so tired.
I don't know what you guys took away from that talk with the lawyers, but I feel like if you're just coming in from a flight and you just start, I know my rights, they're probably going to freak and let you go home. Okay, no, just go. Go, you're right. 9:37, Public Auditor BJ Cruz joins the show now. Good morning, Public Auditor.
Good morning, Chris.
Wow, so aren't you just pissing everybody off this year? That's good. You know, my mom used to tell me, if you're making people mad, maybe you're doing something right. Of course, you could be doing something wrong, too, but usually you want to hope you're doing something right. And let's just get right into it with the public auditor. He had come out and barred a company from bidding on GovGuam projects. That's accurate, right, BJ?
Well, I issued an order debarring. They're on appeal, so it's on hold. But the order.
And then this is relative to this, is it SH Enterprises or SNH?
SH Corporation.
SH Corporation. So they already had a contract, and then they allowed the governor free of charge use of the old Hakabotan building in Tamuning for the War Claims Processing Center. And then I believe a short while after that, they won another contract. The big contracts too. And so the public auditor had come out and said that was a gift, right?
Well, it is a gift. The question is, the argument was whether it was how much the value was, and whether or not the statute allows the governor to receive gifts. And there is a statute that specifically allows the governor to receive gifts. But my contention is that nowhere in that statute does it say that the governor is allowed to receive gifts from vendors which in other parts of the law, in the procurement law, prohibits anyone from giving gifts to the government if you're a vendor. And this is nothing new, Chris. I mean, I don't know if you listened to Thai eulogy of Jyoti St. Augustine last week.
I caught some of
But
it.
during the eulogy, he recounts a story of Jyoti as the director of administration after he had come back with his master's degree from Georgetown. The first Christmas, they were having a Christmas party, the old Christmas party they used to have in the DOA building in the 70s and 60s. And he came out of his office and he found cases of beer being lugged in, cases of soda and water and food being brought in. And he asked, where's this all coming from? And the reply from one of the employees was, from our vendors. And Jyoti's immediate reaction was, shut it down, take all the food up to GMH and feed the patients and the nurses. And what soda and water can't be utilized up at the hospital, give to Government House, but it's not going to be used in this department. It's unethical to receive gifts from vendors. And I've tried to stress that. That was made by Jyoti almost 60 years ago. Wow. 2 Christmases ago, you remember you guys were giving me grief about the fact that I issued an order from this office that reminded everybody that the statute says that you're not to solicit or accept gifts from vendors, nor is the vendor supposed to offer or give a gift to any government official. And in this case, they signed an affidavit that said that at no point before they received the bid and during the part that they had the bid, did they give any gifts to the government, any government official, and that they were not going to be giving any gifts throughout the period of the contract and even into the warranty period. And that's clear in the statute and it's clear in the affidavit. And again, the affidavit doesn't have an exemption unless you're giving it to the governor for a very worthy cause. And I feel for it because, I mean, to me, it was a very worthy cause. Yes, it was the War Claims Office, and I'm probably the one living member of the commission that ordered the payment that took 16 years to finally realize. So I was excited about it, but I am now the public auditor, and in spite of how magnanimous and gracious that gift was, it cannot and should not continue, and vendors have got to stop doing that because it looks bad. It may not have, it may be completely innocent, but in this case, as you put it, in September of 2019, the bid went out. In November, they got the bid for $3.7 million. In late November, early December, they were talking about the Hakubotan building, and the governor's office called them about the need, or at least that's the testimony, that they called them about whether or not the Hakubotan building was available, and they decided to let them have it for 2 weeks. They gave it for 2 weeks, and it came out in the paper. And so Basil, who had already filed an appeal on the first, on the award of the contract in November, was before the public auditor's office already in one case. And then in January, when that news report came out that they were at the Hakubotan building for free, they FOIA'd the information, and when they found out that it was for free and it was to the governor's office and that there was negotiations between the two for it, they filed another protest with Claudia, asking that SH be debarred for violating their contract from November, their IFB, and their bid affidavit. And within 1 day, without meeting with the AG, she denied the request by Basil.
Yeah.
And so Basil rightfully appealed it to this office.
Right. Let me just get in here, BJ, real quick. So what BJ is referencing is Chief Procurement Officer Claudia Foggi had received a protest from a competing bidder, Basil. This company, Basil, they have done food services. That's a lot. These food services contracts, guys, are big money. But anyway, Basil had done a contract with where they had filed the protest, but the Chief Procurement Officer had said that it wasn't a gift, that it was a donation, and that the governor was able to receive donations, right? So
yes,
yeah. So there was that kind of one and done. She did that in a day, and then they appealed it to you, and then you said no, the gift is a gift, and you barred them from what? Again, can you give us the details of your?
I debarred them from being able to, and suspended their ability to be able to contract with the government for a year. But that's up on appeal. And the reason why this office, if you read the decision, Chris, if the reason why I felt that the office had to intercede in this case is because the government and SH read the statute to say that the only thing that this office can do is deal with an appeal from a vendor who's been debarred to see if the debarment was fair and in the best interest of the government. And I'm insisting that the reverse of that is also true. If the OPA has the authority to review a debarment by the CPO, we should be able to also review a decision by the CPO not to give a debarment, because otherwise there'd be no place for a aggrieved vendor to go. If the CPO just, as a matter of course, denies it, then it'll never get to this office under their reading of the law. But under my reading of the law, the statute, the procurement statute at the very beginning says the jurisdiction of the Office of Public Accountability shall be used to protect the integrity of the procurement system. And that's what we're doing with this decision, is that we're not going to let them get away with the reading that the OPA can only review a debarment, but we should also be able to review a denial of a debarment if there is basis for that. And in this case, 3 weeks after the office opened, they got a $5.9 million contract to DOC. And so it just looked bad and it smelled bad. And this practice has to stop so that people feel comfortable about procurement and the procurement process in the government, and they're dealing fairly with the people. And my concern is not esoteric or academic or a possibility. There was a case filed later on in the year where in the pleadings, the petitioner states straight up front, the bidder that won, in spite of the fact that his bid was the highest, won the bid because of their relationship with somebody in Adelaide.
So, BJ,
it's real. People are out there realize that, or they believe that if you give gifts to AdLoop, that you can get away with things and win bids in the other agencies. And so the narrow reading that CPO and the AG has, that is only if it was a gift to the agency that was doing the procuring, that's garbage. You know, you'd have to be naive, or I won't say the word. I was raised not to say it when describing other people, to believe that giving a gift to people on top is not going to, or possibly could be seen as being able to incur or engender favors someplace else.
Right. So what's going to happen next, BJ? Because the AG came out and said that you don't have the authority, right? So is SH barred or are they not barred? And is this going to go to the courts?
Of course, the opinion at the very end reads that all the parties have 14 days within which to appeal it to the Superior Court. And so it'll go to the Superior Court for its review, and maybe because of the amount of money that's involved in this, it'll probably go up to the Supreme Court. But I think it's important that it's done, because the lesson has to be learned, and vendors have to understand that they cannot and should not be giving gifts.
But if they do, the chief procurement officer is going to say it's okay, and then the AG is going to get her back.
Hopefully not, but I mean, but if that happens, then it can be appealed here, and we'll deal with it. But the law is very clear that you're not supposed to, and it says de minimis. It doesn't break it down that it has to be more than $5,000, and nothing in the law that gives the governor the authority to receive gifts says that there's an exception with vendors. The law in the procurement statute, as it relates to ethics and procurement, is vendors are not supposed to, and government officials are not supposed to receive. And there's no exception for the governor in that section, and there's no exemption in the authority, the statute that gives the governor authority to receive gifts, that it can be from vendors. And my position is, if you're not a vendor of the government, if you're a personnel function and you have no business with the government of Guam, you can give anything you want. But as soon as you have a contract with the government to do something, you should not, because the ethics statute prohibits it, and you could be held to account for violating the law.
Right on. Well, BJ, thank you. I get it. I do. It's pretty basic, really. You can't give gifts, and I mean, when you do, it gives the impression that those gifts affect the outcome of different procurements. And like I said earlier, it seems like procurement is just something that we've been talking about since March of last year, even before then. So thank you for coming on, BJ. I got to run.
All right.
Okay, we'll see you. There you go. Public Auditor BJ Cruz. Yeah, where's this going to go? It's pretty interesting because it's almost like this quarantine thing where the government was like, hey, we got to do what we got to do just to keep you guys safe. They're probably going to use a similar argument with this whole Hakobatan thing. It's like, hey, we needed someplace for the War Claims Processing Center. If someone offers it, we're not going to say no because it was free. We saved you guys money.
You realize this is like the third interview we've done today where the kind of overriding answer just seems to be, let's wait and see.
Yeah. Yep. Whether it's a tourism reopening or quarantine or what's going to happen with this. 9:53, ladies and gentlemen, I give you Jason Solis.
All right, let's get Roman De La Cruz up on the Zoom room right now. He was here earlier. He's working on a whole bunch of things right now. So, Rome, if you're there he is.
Yeah.
Good morning, my friend. How you doing?
Doing okay. How you doing? Half a day.
Yeah, half a day, man. Doing fantastic. Now we've got some video we're gonna play in the background because if you guys don't know, you guys must have been living under a rock, and I picked that word specifically because Rome has actually been a champion, and he's a part of a community here that is bringing back the ancient tradition our people had of using sling stones. So Rome, the video is really, really amazing. You guys see there's people out there doing what they have to do, socially distant, making sure that they're taking care of our people, but they're also having fun and really practicing this tradition that our ancestors have passed down to us.
Yes, sir.
And this is part of the Sling Stones and Stories event that you got coming on, which is Wednesday nights up at Sagan Katuran tomorrow, the site of the previous hospital. Absolutely beautiful facility. So glad to see that it's open again. So can you let us know a little bit about what the event is and what people are going to be able to take away from it as far as the experience?
Well, for the most part, it's not just a single event. It's actually a season. So years ago, when Guam had sent its first team to the international competition in Mallorca, they came back with the criteria, and they needed in order to grow slinging on Guam. They thought they'd bring back these rules and let people learn how to practice and compete underneath these rules to prepare people for larger competition. So together, an event was called single event. Wednesday nights was called Sling Stones and Stories, and so far there have been since I was in 2017, we've had more than 200 gatherings, successful gatherings with this event. So he said, now it's time. That event was more engineered to recruiting, helping to recruit and grow the numbers of slinging, but it's gotten to a point right now where there's a good there's a high quantity of skillful slingers. So we're taking the next step and bringing it into a slinging season. So it'll be the first slinging season that I've heard of so far in the Mariana Islands. So we'll see about that. But interestingly enough, when we had first started out this season, we kind of wanted to be a launcher course just for us to kind of get things going. But, because of social media, because of technology, we had sent some of these flyers out to some of our friends from off island, and immediately Rhoda, of course, wanted to get involved because they're at the roots of our slinging. But impressively, Ireland wanted to get involved. So right now we're building this event with Ireland, and in the process of inviting some other countries, not just for a because not just for this single season, but for the long haul. We understand right now that things take time to grow. So this is a good way for us to take the international rules, add in our flavor, try to unify these rules among different countries in this case, and start eventually would be good to develop a slinging world league. But of course, these are tall goals, but it has to start somewhere. And right now, having the ability to give, providing 12 weeks of scorekeeping and record keeping and tallying up these scores to come towards an eventual seasonal champion, I think would be a monumental event for the Mariana Islands, and especially it's a good way for us to carry on our this campaign of the 500 years of commemoration.
Yeah, so the season started on April 28th and goes until July 14th. And, Rome, every time I see, you organize these slinging events, or I remember the last time I saw you in person, I had the pleasure of sharing time with you down at Discovery Day in 2019. And it wasn't just the fact that it's a multi-generational, I want to call it a sport, but I know it goes so much deeper than that. But you have young people, and you have people who I guess technically would be in the Manumco age, and then you had everyone in between, and they are absolute marksmen when it comes to throwing the sling. They were nailing the bullseye every single time, which for me is mind blowing. So obviously they put a lot of practice in, but the thing I took away more from that, and I love how you've got this, Sling Stones and Stories, was each person who practices the art knows there's a deep, rich, meaningful sentiment behind that that really connects us to our ancestors and everything. And everybody takes the time to learn about that and respect that. And they're like, this isn't just a form of exercise. It's not just an athletic competition. This is us continuing an art form that our ancestors did and everything. So it means a lot.
Yeah, truly. And you hit it right on the dot with a lot of those things. And, it also, besides a cultural tribute, the sportive aspect and all of that, there's also that individual, slinging, man, it's fun. And not only is it fun, but I think any type of target practice for anybody who's doing any kind of like maybe archery or maybe gun shooting or spear throwing or whatever, you know, there's this element of Zen that's totally involved, because even though that mechanically you understand that you are able to hit that target, is can you hit that target at that particular time? So how do you center yourself to get that? And then just coming into that practice, you know, a lot of us are finding that it helps develop center and focus. So you add that in with culture, which is actually the sling stones and stories. The slinging is a good part, but the storytelling is a great part.
Exactly.
This is a good way for people just to engage and to keep these stories alive, not just by, I mean, it's great. Academia is great because they record these things and it's black and white, but you know, when you rely on that organic activity between, you know what I mean, storytelling, it really, it goes to show that, there's so much more that you can communicate to a story than just the words. You know, it's conveying the emotion, bringing it into the setting, and knowing right now that we're up at the Salvatoran Cultural Center, and then there are all these other elements and cultures that existed, that were there, you know, long before us. So we're just kind of fitting into their plate.
Absolutely. Well, Rome, I got to let you go, but I want to tell people to make sure to hit up Rome on Instagram. He's got a fantastic Instagram feed. It's roman.d.cruz on Instagram. You know, the nicest guy in the world. He's certainly going to answer like any questions and invite with open arms you to go and check out Sling Stones and Stories. Rome, it's always a pleasure, man. I'm up at the top of the hour, so I got to run, bro.
Yeah, and thanks, Rome. Go ahead. You got anything on closing, Rome?
All right, well, one thing, if anybody's interested in competing in the league, come down Salvatoran tomorrow on Wednesday by 5 p.m. We are still taking registration.
There you go.
Great job.
Roman De La Cruz.
Thank you very much.
Shoot, Rome.
Thanks a lot, man.
It's 10 o'clock for KUAM-FM. I got Guam. This is The Breeze, yeah. Burger King and Docomo Pacific proud to present Cover Me this morning on May 3rd. I almost said April, May 3rd. Whoa. Now I have to say, oh my God, it's May already. Oh my God, it's May already. Okay, so Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King and Docomo Pacific this morning, right here on The Link. Good morning.
Local Music Mashup is brought to you by Burger King. Be your way.
Half a day, and we are back. It's Local Music Mashup being brought to you by Burger King. Let's get to our next performance. This one is by Guam singer-songwriter I'm Ray John. Check it out.
I already know you're hurting. Already know you need to go. You're saying that you're waiting. Saying you just hate some show. I don't know what I'm here for or what I'm left to do. I've been stuck in your same box just to be here for you. You just wanna stay home, be alone. You won't answer no calls unless you see him on your phone. You say that nobody cares, nobody cares, nobody cares. But wait, I'm always there. I'm always there. I'm always there. When nobody cares. Oh wait, I'm always there. So why you so caught up in a man who has problems with everything you do, so why you keep calling him? You talking, but he don't hear none of it. At the end of the day, you're calling me over at 2 a.m. to deal with it. But see, I love you in both ways. A best friend would say the word we the first day, and yours around my place. I need you in my space. You just need someone who's gonna love you the right ways. See, that might be me. Neither of us gonna admit it's all we tryna be. People tell us we don't listen, so we'll never see. We'll just never know. And that might be me. Neither of us gonna admit it what we tryna be. People tell us we don't listen, so we'll never see. Yeah, we'll just never know. You just wanna stay home, be alone. You want answer, no calls, and this is him. Oh, you're fine. You say that nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. But I'm always